sometimes I probably would be better off if I remained muted. In any event, this week was a fair amount of kind of routine business, but I did attend or participate in the multi-agency coordination group for COVID. Met with the Sheriff's Office and Finance and Public Works on furtherance of the jail project. Paid a site visit to the Cdbg Clinic here in Bridgeport with the Public Works Director to receive input on some facility topics and get a better handle on some of the issues which we need to address in order to make their occupancy as seamless as possible. They are a tremendous resource for the county, big resource for Bridgeport, and I think we're all here committed to the county to make sure that their presence in the Twin Lakes Annex is safe and productive, and we want to foster their continued provision of services out of there. Met with Kathy Peterson and Nate Greenberg and Robert Bendorf and Sheriff Braun to discuss the emergency management functions here at the county. I expect we're going to be coming to the Board of Supervisors in October with a concrete proposal to provide full-time ongoing services in anticipation of natural and man-made disasters, which I think are inevitably going to fall to us. Also, that kind of feeds into my work in support of the county's grant application for county fire coordinator. And I think that the emergency management operations and the fire coordinator will be positions or will be services that are very closely related. But I want to make it clear that one is not a replacement for the other. And if we receive the grant, which I'm hopeful we will, that will not be used to address other issues. This is going to be focused on that grant will be focused on wildfire coordination. And we received, I don't know if we've mentioned it before, but we received a letter of support. Thank you, Supervisor Corliss, for being the spark plug on this. We received a letter of support from the Eastern Sierra Council of Governments. That will go in with our packet. I am navigating the website for this, and it is not as complicated as you'd think it'd be, but it's not like simply attaching a letter to an email. So are there any questions, Madam Chair?
Thank you, CEO Lawton. Any questions, comments? Any public comments?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you, Queenie. Okay, seeing no public comments or comments otherwise, we'll move on to our next agenda item. And thank you again, CEO Lawton, which is our department and commission reports. Do we have any department or commission reports today? I see Finance Director Janet Dutcher. Good morning. Oh, you're muted.
If there's no one else, I'll go ahead and step in.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've updated the board and public on some critical activities that are going on in the finance department here. And let me just make a note here. Okay, so first, we have a critical vacancy in our office. It's been vacant since the 1st of June. So we continue to search for the right applicant for that position. And in the meantime, the work that this position would normally do has been redistributed to the remaining staff that are in the office. Last week, we met with the external audits, and despite everything that we're dealing with COVID and pandemic and vaccines and testing, I guess it's reassuring to know that external audits continue to go on. We can expect more testing in the area of federal expenditures. The county has more than enough sufficient federal expenditures every year that requires us to comply with what's called the single audit, to have some of our programs tested that are funded by the federal government. We can expect more because we have substantial FEMA expenditures. FEMA has been funding our joint EOC operations, testing activities, the 211 line, and vaccines and various other activities that are related to the county's response to the pandemic and COVID. We also have more than $1.3 million of CARES Act money that is going to be considered completely spent within the time period of July 1st, 2020 to December 30th. So we can expect that to be included in the testing. We're currently compiling documents, schedules, and various other things that they asked for in context with the audit. They'll be looking through those documents between now and the end of October, and then they will be on site the week of October 25th. So just giving a heads up to everybody that we're going to have external auditors running around within our county, engaging with our staff and looking at documents and various other things. While that's going on, we are continuing to work on closing the accounting records for fiscal year 2021. So we look at actual transactions between July 1st and September 30th. Anything in there that is a transaction that meets the criteria to be recorded and captured in the previous year, we then move those transactions back. So that entails looking at revenues, expenses, payroll expenses, as well as addressing our capital assets and long-term debt. Fourth here is the property taxes. So a couple of weeks ago, your board approved the property tax rates. After that was done, we did a process we call rollover, where we moved last year's assessment roll to the next year's, made sure everything was okay. They went really smooth. And then we turned over all of those records to the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. They generated the data file that then goes to our printers, and the printers have that data right now and expect them to have printed property tax bills back to the county by the end of this month, September 30th, at which time October 1st will be a mass mailing all those property tax bills out to property owners with the first installment due no later than December 10th to avoid penalties, and the second installment due no later than April 10th to avoid penalties. And then finally, we are working on 2 significant fiscal related workshops for your board and for the public. The first one we scheduled for October 19th. That is the revenue workshop that your board has been asking for some time now. We've engaged Russ Branson to lead that workshop. He's the one that did the fiscal projections for the general fund and presented that to you several months ago. What it's going to be is it's going to examine the attributes of our various significant and primary revenue streams in the general fund, looking at those attributes, how they work, what the character has been in previous years, and then identifying some of the ways in which that revenue can be increased or augmented. We do have some suggestions, or just like they're huge boulders, if you will, in the Covey language for affordable housing, because we could spend weeks, months, and a whole day talking about all of the different things that are engaged with raising money for affordable housing. And then the second workshop, it will be in November, probably the 9th or the 16th. We're working with an outside consultant to present that workshop for you, and that will be Pension 101. The idea is to do a knowledge building exercise in a no more than 2-hour workshop to, explain how defined pensions work, what the Mono County profile is, what are the factors that drive our unfunded liability, and then also integrate with there all of the changes that PERS is addressing with regard to unfunded pension liabilities. And, and this will be just to informative, but eventually within, probably by February, bringing back to your board a pension funding policy that will help us address our escalating pension liability and how to minimize the impact that it's having on the budget. So those are the things that we're working on, and you can look for those 2 workshops later on in the next couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you, Finance Director Dutcher. Are there any questions or comments on, yes, Supervisor Gardner and then Supervisor Corliss?
Quick question, Janet, will the revenue discussion include possible new sources of revenue, for example, a TOT or TBID type of opportunity?
It does. We talked yesterday with Russ Branson about TOT, TBID, parcel taxes, sales tax add-on, and fee revenues too.
Okay, and then secondly, that position that you have vacant, are you looking for an entry-level position or more somebody with experience in finance?
We would prefer an accountant level position with some experience and a degree. If, it's hard to get that kind of person here. If not, we would look for a person that's really interested in starting from the ground up with the right fit for the department.
But somebody with an accounting degree would certainly be a good match.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Supervisor Corliss.
Yeah, thank you for this update and look forward to those important workshops. One thing just wanted to note on that I'm sure my colleagues know, but for county staff, just in case you haven't seen it, RCRC and CSAC are doing a CalPERS workshop this week, September 23rd. Maybe CAO Lawton, you could send that. If you don't have that, I can send it to you, but send that information out. Make sure folks know about it. And then one question, are we, speaking of workshops, and this is really both a question for the CAO and finance director, because I don't think it would entirely fall on Janet's shoulders. Are we going to do any type of workshop or have a discussion on our American Rescue Plan funding, or is that something that would come up in mid-year?
We will definitely have something to raise the curtain in mid-year, Madam Chair, but I think it will best be accomplished by convening a working group to solicit requests and make recommendations. We want to bear in mind that this is money which won't recur, which has some, but not a lot of restrictions on it. And we won't be able to make the kind of use of it that other counties have made because unfortunately we've been such good stewards of our budget and our county has performed well enough that I think, Janet, we can't find a significant amount of lost revenue, can we?
Yeah, so far the calculation, which was done comparing calendar year 2020 to 2019, it shows no lost revenue.
So if it were a matter of purely lost revenue, Supervisor Corliss, it'd be easy. We could tuck that money away and apply it against prior year losses. Here, we would need to affirmatively spend it, and we really want to do so with intent. It won't be coming around again. So Janet's mentioned on previous occasions the viability of using it for housing. County Administrator's Office is looking at system improvements for greater remote work opportunities. So I want to thank you for bringing it up, and we may create an ad hoc committee to have the best possible representation. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds like we need to have another agenda item for this. That's what I would request. I didn't mean to send us off on a tangent, County Council Simon, but back to our board before any decision is made, that would be great.
Yes, thank you. And just a reminder, it's easy to forget that we're just in a department head report. but this is just a department head report, not on the agenda, and therefore it's limited to a brief update from staff on their activities and clarifying questions from board members.
I think you answered my questions were answered by and large from the questions of my colleagues. I guess I would just request that the ARPA agenda item be coordinated so that it's most effective as we're having those discussions around additional financing resources, since what I heard was that ARPA funding was potentially available for housing. If we're talking about additional housing resources, that there's not, that flows well, and so it can be very productive. That would be my only request. So thank you so much, Finance Director Dutcher.
Thank you.
A lot, and for your help there too. Any other commission or department head reports?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. All right, then we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is our consent agenda. And we have 2 items on our consent agenda today. Does anyone wish to pull an item? If not, I'll look for a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda, both items.
Second.
Thank you. And we'll go now to public comment before we go to roll call vote, unless there's any deliberation on these items from my colleagues. But any public comment, Queenie? I want to give everybody plenty of time.
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. If there's no deliberation, then roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Corliss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Dugan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Cardiner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chair Kreitz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters, how do you vote?
Yes.
You have 5 yeses and 0 nos.
Thank you, Queenie. Thank you, everyone. Our next agenda item is correspondence received. We have 1 letter from Jeff Hansen regarding the housing shortage in Mono County. Any comment on this item from my colleagues? And I'll also call up public comment at this time too, so you have time to raise your hand.
There are no hands raised for public comment.
Thank you. All right. No comment on that item. We'll move on then to our regular morning agenda. And our first item is actually also on housing. 7A, Housing Programs Progress Report. And we have with us Bentley Regier and Wendy Sugimura, both from the Community Development Department. Good morning, Bentley. Good morning, Wendy.
Morning, Board.
Morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm going to kick this off, and this item is part of a continuing discussion from both the June Housing Authority meeting as well as the grand jury response, which we discussed, I think that was last month, but all the time is starting to merge together. So I thought I'd just go over how this conversation flows from those previous 2 items before I turn it over to Bentley to walk through the actual content. So the board will recall that at the June Housing Authority meeting, there was a commitment from staff to provide quarterly reporting on housing programs to provide more regular updates on what's occurring with the county's housing programs. And then we also had a discussion of potential policy items that could be worked on by the county, in particular community development staff, since we were proposing it and we're only going to encumber our staff and not usually other departments if we can help it. And so we did talk about that, and we talked about how to prioritize those, but we didn't come to a conclusion. And the board had requested that staff take a look at what the low-hanging fruit is within those policy items and come back with recommendations on what would accomplish the most results with the least amount of impact to staff capacity. And so we were originally thinking that we would bring back that conversation at the same time as the quarterly report on the housing program, but then we received the grand jury report. And so our staff capacity was really redirected to providing a response on that grand jury report. And as part of that grand jury report, we committed to updating the board on a progress report, or with a progress report, on the 2019 through 2027 housing element. And that needed to be done before the end of this month based on our grand jury response. So our staff capacity was redirected to that grand jury response and to the housing element progress report update. So we felt like we couldn't keep all of those balls in the air. So rather than drop one, we very deliberately caught the policy discussion item and have set it aside for now. So that discussion on those policy items will be coming back to the board. We just weren't able to combine it all in this package, which I think benefits this discussion as well, because if there's any policy direction coming out of the housing element review, where the board finds that some of those action items should be elevated to a higher priority, we can roll that into the policy item discussion as well and come up with a full set of prioritizations for housing element policy work that the community development department might be engaged in. So with that context and how that flows into this conversation, I'm going to turn it over to Bentley to walk through the housing policy programs, which again, as the board is used to seeing, is an interdisciplinary list from several different departments, and then specifically to walk through the housing element status or the report on those programs.
Yeah, thanks, Wendy. So as Wendy mentioned, there's kind of two parts to our presentation today. So the first being an update on kind of some of the funding sources and programs that we've been working on, and then a more comprehensive update of all the housing element programs. And so just to touch on the first one, I think I'll just go over the programs that have changed since we last talked about them at the June Housing Authority meeting. So yeah, the staff report first touches on kind of some of those major fund sources in the general fund set aside for housing. And a lot of those will be more directly used once we have that housing coordinator position, which I understand is currently being flown and being worked on. In terms of what community development is directly working on, we have a couple of different grants that we've made progress on. So the Cdbg Grant, we're currently reflying it, and we've received a bid that looks promising. And so we're hoping to close on that within the next month. And just to refresh everyone, that grant is for the look at capacity needs for the special districts in the county. And so some of the other grant programs include the LEAP and REAP grants. And so those would be directed at using funds to look at organizational structure of the county and how that relates to housing. And you know, that funding would probably be used more directly when the housing coordinator position is hired as well. So those funds have already been awarded and are just waiting to be used. The Sb2 Grant was a $160,000 grant that was awarded in the spring. So we've already begun using that grant on two different items. The first being VMT, GHG analysis, and so that will help us streamline some of our housing projects. We've already have a contract in place, and we've been working on that with our consultant, and so that project is underway. And we hope to have that done by early next year. And then the other project that's being utilized under the Sb2 grant would be the prescriptive designs for ADUs. And so that project is also underway. And we have weekly check-in meetings with the consultant, and yeah, we're definitely underway and working on that. So we're hoping to have a few prescriptive designs ready to go for the county by next summer. So yeah, I think I'll pause here in case there's any questions or anything to add from other departments on program updates.
I see Supervisor Peters has a question.
Yeah, so, I mean, I read through all this prior to the meeting, and can you provide clarification? So we are working on a Cdbg grant that looks promising, that addresses capacity needs in special districts. Can you elaborate a little bit, like exactly how that's translating to a project that would provide housing for a specific district or all districts? Or I really want some clarity on what this means so I can explain to my constituents what's actually happening and how it relates directly to the development of housing that can be utilized for whether people are in a special district, it's affordable housing, workforce housing. So that's my first question.
Yeah, so the Cdbg grant it's a $250,000 grant that's already been awarded. And so we're working on getting a consultant in place, and that consultant would first do outreach to our special districts. I think one of the problems that we have is that we just don't know our capacity limitations. And so that this program would look at where those limitations are and where they might limit higher density housing. And so once we have that outreach in place, then the plan is to make a more comprehensive plan of targeting where resources maybe need to be developed or better organization. I think we're just kind of working in the dark a little bit now because we just don't know where those limitations are. And so it will help us direct future efforts, I think.
So the limitations you're referring to are limitations in data?
So limitations in, just what we know about sewer and water and different services that are required for any kind of development project.
Yeah, and it also applies to limitations in service delivery. So, most of these special districts, I think as the board is aware, is run by volunteers. And those districts have what they have. And so to propose higher densities or to expand their service areas is challenging for them, and they don't always have the capital improvement plans or financial plans that would accommodate those kinds of expansions or those types of increased densities. And so helping them look at both their organizational structure and their capital needs and their capacity improvement needs could help them provide service expansions that would accommodate both higher density housing or potentially expansions in their service district. Because if a parcel does not have water and sewer service from one of these special districts and they are limited to on-site well and septic, then those parcels need to be bigger. There's a minimum parcel size that is required to accommodate water, a well and septic on that parcel based on the Lahontan Basin Plan. And this is, I'm getting into Lewis's territory here. That's about all I know about it. I just know there's a minimum parcel size. So we can't go any smaller than that and go any higher density than that in those areas where we don't have water and sewer service from a special district. It automatically limits our density and automatically limits our parcel sizes. So what this will actually result in is a little bit unknown because we don't know exactly what the capacities are of these special districts. The county has, no direct management in any of these special districts, but it's an attempt to help identify what their capacities are and what their needs are and how we can help address those so that we can look at some of these challenges that it creates for housing.
And what's the timeline on seeing the results from this grant?
Well, our original timeline was hopefully to extend 50% of the grant by this fiscal year, but we flew the RFP and did not get any responses. And so we have been taking a more targeted approach and working directly with some consultants that we know of and trying to adjust our scope of work and talk with them about their abilities to try to figure out how to make this project work. Bentley has done a lot of work on that, and the second round of the second RFP round is currently open. Hopefully the folks we've been talking to will apply to that. We can get some applicants and then get under the contracting process. After that point, after we get them under contract, I don't know, Bentley, do we have a sense of how long that project will take?
Yeah, I think the goal is the end of next year was the original target date. But...
Okay. On the SB2, unless someone else has a question on that, I don't know, but.
I just have one question on that, that project with CDBG. Is there uncertainty on the availability of services on this opportunity sites database within that?
I don't, oh, go ahead, Bentley.
Yeah, I think we've identified those in the housing element if there's uncertainty. So some of them have been correctly identified.
So if there's, the number of units created on those sites has been adjusted for what's known to be available for infrastructure.
Not in all cases. So some of the sites will say there's uncertainty. And so our numbers associated with those sites are based on the density allowed by the land use designation. But if there's further uncertainty, then that's spelled out, but the numbers aren't adjusted for that.
Okay, so that we're avoiding overstating the availability of those sites to produce units if it's not known. That's my concern. So it sounds like that's been addressed, and the figures haven't been overstated to the best of your knowledge.
Yeah, I think we try our best to be accurate.
Okay, thank you, Bentley. Supervisor Gardner?
Yeah, I guess I want to make sure. I know that, for example, out in the northeast Mono Basin, there certainly are large parcels out there, but there may be down the road potential for additional housing out there. And some of that may be reliant on zoning review in terms of density and amounts. But my understanding is that area is not covered by a fire district, for example. And this study would allow us to take a look at Lee Vining and the Mono City fire districts, look at what it would take and get into that sort of type of issue as far as creating the ability for those districts to serve that area should a development or something be proposed in that area. Is that the type of thing the consultant would be working on? I think this is important given neither of those two fire districts, for example, have the resources to do this type of a study and to be able to be in a position to respond should someone down the road want to pursue housing in those areas. Is that basically what the consultant will be looking at, those types of things?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent example. As you mentioned, a lot of these districts are volunteer services. And so we're kind of providing the funding and providing the work to review any type of expansion or needs that way.
Thank you.
Yeah, and to that point, you know, I do want to, I guess, put one caveat on the table so that there are reasonable expectations, right? Because a lot of these service districts, like we've said, are run by volunteers, but they have to have enough capacity to be able to engage with the consultant to work with them on this study. And so while we are going to do, you know, at least an inventory and review of every district, sort of the more in-depth work of capacity building and potentially capital improvement plans or looking at fees and things like that, we can only do that with willing special districts who are going to cooperate and engage with the study as well. And so we will do our best. And then we have the limitation of funding as well, right? If we get the great situation where everybody wants to do that, $250,000, I don't know if that would be enough. So there are some limitations on the project, and we'll have to deal with that when we see what kind of interest there really is from the special districts in working through this kind of information.
Supervisor Corliss?
Yeah, thank you. Just hearing about speaking specifically about the Cdbg grant and project, I mean, this seems, as long as I've been on the board, this has been the major barrier, you know, to housing development in unincorporated parts of Mono County. So I would just flag this maybe for the board's attention. You know, if we do have one-time funds to use to support something, you know, this to me would be a great thing to maybe set aside funds to support, because if we don't fix this infrastructure issue, we're not going to be able to develop more community housing. And if, Wendy, if there's a way, you know, I understand this relies on willing districts, but if there is a need for communication, you know, from this board, from the county to these districts, trying to set the context so that the entire burden doesn't just fall on staff, I certainly would support that. I just think this particular project is critical. It's something that we didn't really touch on in our response to the grand jury, but you know, we can't develop housing if we don't have infrastructure in place to support it, and that burden can't fall on private developers, most likely. And just our system, yeah, it's not something we have direct control over, but we certainly could have influence and financially support the effort.
And Supervisor Dugan.
Thank you. Wendy or Bentley, do you have an idea of actually any special districts that are willing to participate at this level? I would hate to see a lot of time and effort spent on something that really is intensive, when you do have some other districts that you can contact and they would be able to provide that information. So at least you have that knowing, and especially in District 2, that there's some that have this information ready for you, and how do we work with you to get that to you quickly, so at least you know what you're working with, or what the obstacles are in certain areas there. So if you do have some and you want us to, as I think Supervisor Corliss was saying, if you want us to reach out and see if we can get that inventory and that viability on the table right now, that does leave you time to put money and efforts to the ones that may have more questions and don't have resources. So if there's any way that we can work together on that, happy to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. If any of the supervisors know of specific districts who already have a good deal of this information put together, and you can just let us know who those are and who the contact is, we'd be happy to start with those districts in a different place. We do in community development, to the degree possible, try to kill multiple birds with a single stone if we can as well. So this, at least the initial survey about the existing capacity of all of the special districts, is also doubling as an update of the municipal service reviews for LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Commission, which is also due at the same time. So we do need to do all of that baseline review work as well. And it'll serve multiple purposes. And then moving on from that baseline review, we'll get to this additional study about capacity and capacity building. And if we can start that conversation at a more advanced level with some of the special districts that are further along in that development, that would be great. That would certainly help make our funding more efficient. And we would love to do that, to send that information our way, absolutely.
And Wendy and Bentley, could you just clarify if that work is separate from the work around fees, impact fees for fire districts and such, right? Because we talked about that a lot around the Tioga Inn project and how those fees needed to be updated, for example, for the Lee Vining Fire District. So that's separate from the analysis you're doing with this grant, or not? Could you clarify that, please?
Yeah, I think the need for fee studies could be identified through the capacity building analysis, and whether or not we could actually do the fee study through this program is not determined yet. I'm not entirely sure that it fits the scope of this grant, or that we would have funding left to do that. And that tends to be a different type of consultant probably than what we're hiring now. So if it fits in the grant and we have the funding for it, it would be a different phase of this project. And we just don't know if we would be able to get to that phase yet at this point. But I think our goal is to, you know, expend all of the funds in a manner that helps move any or all of these districts as far along towards building that capacity that they need to be able to support housing development.
Okay, great. Thank you. Supervisor Peters, I know you had other questions. Thank you for letting us.
Yeah, and that just one other, I mean, I don't want to belabor this, but one other area of concern is, for instance, the Antelope Valley. There is no special district. There is no water district, sewer district. Would this study perhaps look just at an area like that has been growing, and the potential to add or look at, you know, whether or not a special district is needed to have development in an area that's, you know, obviously there's a lot going on up there to rebuild from the fire, but you know, that to me, it would be good if all the county was looked at, even if there wasn't a special district in it, through the study, you know, determining that it's not feasible. I know it's a LAFCO issue as well, or it is feasible and it should be looked at for future long-term development. So it's not really a question, but hopefully it gets addressed. The next area, I was trying to make notes. So Sb2, I get the prescriptive designs, great. Looking at having a few of those by summer of 2022. But when you said it's also Sb2 monies are being used for streamlining housing projects in early 2022. What housing projects? And are you talking about CEQA type of work, or what does that exactly mean?
Yeah, so that date is just when the project is due to be completed, and so it'd be applied to housing projects moving forward after that. And so what it really looks at is the state has transitioned from looking at greenhouse gas emissions and things along those lines, from being a level of service, so vehicle trips, to vehicle miles traveled. And so for us, we need to update that to be consistent with state standards, and how that applies to individual housing projects would be that instead of having to do an individual study for each project, we would just have this checklist that we could streamline the CEQA analysis for that part. And, you know, that would reduce the time and the costs associated with the CEQA analysis, and would end up saving the applicant in those areas. So
I think that's incredibly important. The Supervisor Corliss said that, you know, taking the burden off of the private developer and providing them with these tools to come in and say, you know, okay, this is a prescriptive design, or this is a, you know, an ability to bypass all of these cumbersome requirements just to build one project, that it would invite more private developers in my opinion. So thank you for helping me to understand those things. I'm really trying to have a better grasp on housing. And just, you know, I know, Wendy, you weren't at the RPAC in Bridgeport last week, but Scott was there, and we have regularly had the PUD, the Bridgeport Public Utility District, attending and providing statistical information. So, and they plan to, I believe, give updates each month. And if they were asked for specific capacity issues, they gave some incredibly disturbing numbers about what's going in and out of the taps or into the sewer ponds last week. But that's a low-hanging fruit for that study. It's they're providing good information, so you know who those contacts are. So thank you for indulging all that.
Thank you, Supervisor Peters. Are there any other questions or comments? And before I turn it back over to Bentley to keep going. And I'll just ask the public to go ahead and raise your hand at any time if you have questions, so that you're we can see you and we know you're ready to speak. And seeing no raised hands, I don't think. We'll go back to you, Bentley. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next thing that we're going to go over is the housing element programs. So we've listed all the programs and provided a short update on those. So there's 39 programs in all. And so if there's any questions along the way, please feel free to stop me. But yeah, I'll just go through them one by one. And so starting with goal 1. So there's 4 different goals, if you remember, from the housing element. And then within each of those goals, there's a number of programs. So program 1 under goal 1 would be updating the opportunity site database. And so this was completed in 2019 as part of the 2019 to 2027 housing element. Program 1.2 looks at adopting potential regulatory changes. So something that we've already done just recently, last month actually, was update our Chapter 16 accessory dwelling unit chapter. So that update was aimed at reducing restrictions on ADUs and providing more opportunities for ADUs to be built. And then other things that we're looking at in relation to this program would be considering the expansion of where tiny homes or RVs can be placed, and then other modifications that allow more flexibility for standards in manufactured homes or factory-built housing. In relation to that one, our next program looks at reducing barriers to tiny home construction. And so one of the policy things that we've discussed, particularly at the June Housing Authority meeting, was looking at where we can expand where we're placing tiny homes or RVs. And so that's something that we'll definitely discuss at a future board meeting as part of our policy discussion. And so I think something that's been talked about is allowing them on potentially commercial parcels. The 4th program looks at identifying future opportunities for CEQA streamlining. So one of those streamlining opportunities we just discussed with the Sb2 Grant. And then we also looked at SB35 streamlining. I know that was brought up either at the Housing Authority or the prior board meeting on housing. And unfortunately, we don't qualify for that because in the unincorporated county, none of our communities qualify as urban areas or urban clusters. So we can apply that streamlining, but we'll continue to look for further opportunities. Our 5th program looks at identifying sites within or adjacent to existing communities where infrastructure limits development potential. So again, we're looking at trying to address this through the Cdbg Grant, which we talked about pretty extensively. And then the 6th program looks at monitoring the requirements for complexes with 4 or more units to be, or with 4 units to be approved through a use permit, and if that's a constraint on development. So the county approved a 4-unit development in June Lake in 2019. And then we have another proposed development, a 12-unit development that's currently being processed and should come forward either by the end of the year or early next year. So no multifamily complexes have been denied under use permit during this cycle so far. The 7th program looks at determining the viability, feasibility, and value of creating a housing land trust. So we haven't looked at that yet, but we could look at that in the future as resources become available. The 8th program looks at potentially requiring specific plans for large-scale development within community expansion areas. and then approving at least one specific plan during the housing cycle. As we all know, the Tioga Inn specific plan amendment was proposed, but was ultimately not approved. And then an application to amend the Rock Creek Ranch specific plan has been accepted for processing, but that does not include a housing component to it. The ninth program looks at continuing to allow residential development and commercial land use designations and approving at least one mixed use development. So residential development is permissible in commercial land use, but it's evaluated and approved as proposed. So we haven't had any mixed use developments submitted during this cycle. The 10th program looks at establishing and adopting minimal allowable densities or increasing densities where appropriate. And we haven't started that yet, but the question of minimal allowable densities on multifamily land use designations was raised to the grand jury report. And we're planning to have a policy discussion on that soon.
Bentley, let me just jump in on that item real quick, because there was some state legislation passed regarding minimum densities on single family residential properties as well. And I know Bentley's looked into it a little bit, but I would prefer if we hold off on having that discussion until we have the future policy discussion. Give us a little more time to look into it and provide a full report back to the board on what that state legislation means to Mono County.
I believe you're referring to SB9, and I did look into that a little bit, and it seems to carry the same caveat that SB35 does with regards to urban. So my initial analysis was that it wouldn't apply.
That was
bring that up as part of my question under this item. So, I think it's something that we brought up when we looked at different policy items available to us to undertake at our housing authority meeting in June. So I think we still need to do that because the state isn't requiring us to do that at this point, from what I understand from SB 35 and SB 9.
Yeah, that's our initial understanding as well. We just wanted to roll it into a complete and comprehensive discussion on this particular item. And like you said, Chair Kreitz will do that as part of that policy discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Wendy. The 11th program looks at approving at least 5 accessory dwelling units and then updating ADU ordinances. So as we mentioned, we've already updated Chapter 16 and we've had 2 ADUs approved during the cycle. Program 12 looks at pursuing at least 1 grant to improve infrastructure. This is an ongoing program, so a potential joint grant application for improved infrastructure was under discussion for the Tioga Inn specific plan, but the potential application is no longer on the table given the lack of approval. We haven't had any other circumstances where it's been appropriate to pursue this program. Moving on to Goal 2. So the first program under Goal 2 looks at pursuing partnerships with other agencies in the county. So we're always seeking to partner with our fellow agencies, and so one of the projects that applies here is the property on Davison Road, where we partnered with the town and Mammoth Lakes Housing. And then we also maintain a revolving loan fund and first-time homebuyer assistance fund. And then the Birch Creek condo was sold to Amaka as transitional housing. And then the county has continued efforts to sell the housing units in Benton for use by the tribe. Program 2 looks at reviewing current use and long-term needs of county-owned parcels. So this is currently in progress. We're currently conducting an inventory of county-owned parcels, and that report was presented to the board a couple of weeks ago. The third program looks at reinstating the HMO, which we did And so the housing mitigation ordinance was reinstated in February of 2020. And as of June of this year, we received about 15,000 in funds through that. The fourth program looks at establishing a policy on the county's participation in the purchase of housing units at marker 8 and deed restricting to an affordable income level. And then the goal is to purchase and deed restrict at least one unit. So we haven't started that or really looked at that, but we'll do so if we have direction and the necessary resources. The fifth program looks at identifying zoning requirements for which more flexible approaches could incentivize more on-site affordable units. So we're hoping to bring forward that policy discussion, which will look at that, the RV flexibility and tiny home flexibility, among other things. The sixth program looks at partnering with other agencies and employers to ensure that at least one employee housing project qualifies towards meeting the county's RHNA targets. And then the consideration of waiving fees. And so we haven't started this, but we'll do so as the necessary resources become available. Just as a note, the county is on pace to meet all of its RHNA goals except for the very low income category, which we haven't had any units qualify so far. The seventh program looks at developing partnerships to encourage the development of at least one housing project for very low and moderate income households. So currently we have one development application in June Lake. It's the 12-unit development that was mentioned earlier. And that is proposing one deed restricted unit in conjunction with meeting their density bonus application requirement. The eighth program looks at, oh, go ahead.
On that, if you just scroll up, please, on that unit, the one that's going to be deed restricted, would it be for very low or moderate incomes so that we're maybe starting to hit our target on our RHNA?
Yeah, it will be for very low or low.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. The eighth program looks at, through the CPT land tenure subcommittee, support land exchanges of existing seasonal housing units on public lands into private ownership. So at least one unit becomes available for local year-round housing. So we haven't started this because the necessary resource of a land exchange participant hasn't become available yet. And the county would be the facilitator in this scenario. The ninth program looks at awarding at least one density bonus for a qualifying project consistent with state law. So as just mentioned, the project in June Lake is applying for a density bonus, and that's how we're getting that deed restricted unit as well. The 10th program looks at reducing or waiving development processing fees for projects qualifying under extremely low, and moderate income. And so, as mentioned, the June Lake project may qualify for that if board gives direction on potentially waiving fees there. The 11th program looks at allowing manufactured homes and accessory dwelling units in the same manner as stick-built single-family homes, and allowing accessory dwelling units regardless of zoning and development standards in any zone with an existing single-family home. And that's consistent with state law. And so updates to Chapter 16 were approved last month. And so we're up to date with state law. Program 12 looks at allowing single room occupancy dwellings in all land use designations that allow for hotels, condominiums, and similar uses consistent with the building code. So we're hoping to incorporate that into the next annual general plan update. Goal 3 looks at retaining existing community housing. So the first program under that would be supporting programs that may improve housing stock quality. And that includes continuing outreach through the county website and information counters that provide information to community members about things like weatherization and energy efficiency. And then pursuing at least one rehabilitation grant and updating the housing stock survey at least once during this cycle. So our website does provide up-to-date information, and we have the Homebuyer Assistance Program, first-time Homebuyer Assistance Program that's administered by Mammoth Lakes Housing through their home program, and then we'll address some of the other needs as resources become available, and the demand exists for the Rehab grant. The second program looks at bolstering the county's revolving loan fund for the purchase and deed restriction of at least one unit. So we haven't had any contributions to the revolving loan fund since 2015, but it could be incorporated into discussion of funding by next year. Program 3 looks at funding the rehab program, potentially in collaboration with the town of Mammoth Lakes to rehab at least 5 units during the cycle. So we haven't started this. There's funding from the Cdbg program that carries requirements, and we've talked about this, I think, at the last board meeting. And so we don't have a funding source from, or we don't have funding from a more flexible source at this time, but as demand is generated, we could look at taking action. The fourth program looks at establishing a program to minimize unintended consequences of acquisition and resale of deed restriction units, including concerns regarding long-term costs of monitoring. So we haven't started this program yet. The fifth program looks at identifying incentives for property owners to convert short-term rentals into long-term rentals. And the goal is to convert at least 1 unit. So this is complete and ongoing. The adopted incentives include an exemption from the housing mitigation ordinance fees. So if they prohibit short-term rentals, we provide them with an exemption, and so two direct review permits have already done so. The sixth program looks at permitting the conversion and rehabilitation efforts of at least 1 development, not typically used for long-term housing. So we had 1 garage that was converted into an ADU in 2020, and we haven't had any other applications. And finally, the last goal is kind of a miscellaneous category, just ensuring all other needs are met that aren't covered by the previous 3 goals. So the first program looks at the development credit program for ag parcels. And so it continues to be applied, but we haven't had any development applications so far during this cycle. The second program looks at disseminating and maintaining fair housing information and educational materials, and then continuing to make accommodations for persons with disabilities through the permitting process. This is complete and ongoing. We do our best to provide the most up-to-date information on our website. The third program looks at monitoring the need for permanent emergency shelters beyond the county's existing community centers, and making emergency shelters an outright permitted use and public facility land use designation. And so that was a state law requirement, and that was complete in conjunction with the adoption of the most recent housing element. And then looking at potential other opportunities for permanent shelters and emergency shelters is something that is ongoing and is looked at by social services as well. The fourth program looks at ensuring that the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan remains up to date. And it's currently up to date with the next required update in 2024. The fifth program looks at providing at least one short-term housing unit for homeless persons and monitoring the need for increased services for homeless persons, including short-term housing for victims of domestic violence. And so one project we had for this was the Birch Creek condo, which was sold to Amaka to create an opportunity for transitional housing. The sixth program looks at allowing transitional and supportive housing as a residential use of property, subject only to the standard restrictions that apply to other residential dwellings. So this was also adopted as part of the housing element in 2019. The seventh program looks at providing for at least one rental assisted facility for senior citizens. We haven't had any applications or proposed developments really in relation to that. The eighth program looks at providing at least one intermediate care facility. Yeah, this is something that we need to apply on our next general plan amendment, which will probably be early next year with our next annual update. Program 9 looks at adopting a reasonable accommodation procedure that provides persons with disabilities an exception for land use and zoning laws. And so the building division has procedures in place, and staff needs to review the procedures for the entire department and ensure availability and compatibility. And so that's all the programs. But if there's any comments or questions on any of them or anything else housing related, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Bentley. Questions for Bentley? Supervisor Gardner, I see your hand.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't jump in. On 3.5 concerning short-term rentals, Bentley, have we actually sent out communication to all second homeowners, property owners, talking about these items, or how do we handle outreach in terms of all second homeowners in the county?
Hey, Wendy, did you want to touch on that?
Yeah, we haven't sent out any sort of targeted outreach to all second homeowners in the county. We take it as a case-by-case basis as they inquire with us, because also our short-term rental regulations are so complicated and so area specific, right? Not only do we have the, in most cases, well, and then they vary by land use designation as well. So there's the potential for 2 permits, but that's only available in certain areas. And then depending on your land use designation, you may not need a discretionary permit at all. So we really need to talk to people on a case-by-case basis about what their eligibility is before we move into, which in and of itself generally is sort of a big disincentive, especially if they have to go through the 2-step permitting process. And then as part of that, we can offer the incentives that we have available. Those incentives don't apply across the board. You know, for the HMO exemption, for example, it's really only related to new construction of a single family residential unit. So that's going to be a different target audience than someone calling us about short-term rentals or a second homeowner who already has a property with a structure on it.
I'm just, and maybe this is a further discussion for the policy workshop, but I'm just thinking reaching out to people who simply may not be using their property. It's not so much a short-term, maybe never even thought about a short-term rental, but may not be using their property and would be invited to perhaps make it available for housing or something like that as an outreach, not even necessarily mention short-term rentals as much as say, hey, you know, I'm aware, for example, some areas in where we live of houses, it's just simply never has anybody there. Or maybe they are rarely there, and say, hey, are you open to an ADU, or are you open to having somebody take care of your house? Because, you know, bears break in all the time. And just something that basically says, hey, that house is empty. Are you open to talking about some flexible use of it for a long-term rental or something like that? And we can talk about it more in the policy discussion.
Yeah, that might be more of a a slightly different question about incentivizing long-term rentals.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or comments or public comment? And while we're waiting on public comment then to queue up, I just want to point out that there's a difference between the RENA need and the on the ground need. And, you know, the RENA numbers say we're hitting RENA, except for very low. But I think we know that from our needs assessment we did in 2017, the need is far greater than what the state is telling us. And those are two different things. And the on the ground in the community for me is more valuable, more actual, and where we should be striving to hit. And I hope that we bear that in mind as we move forward with all of our policy discussions. And on that, thinking about that needs assessment that was done in 2017 and was a 5-year projection, is it on the radar to update that needs assessment you know, in 2022, I think is when it would be 5 years old, which is coming, it's right around the corner, which is crazy. So that's a question I have.
It's not at the moment. That study was actually undertaken by finance, and Janet and Megan were the leads on that, which was much appreciated because I don't know that community development staff had a lot of capacity for that. I believe, and Janet, you can correct me if I'm not right, it was a grant, and I don't remember what the source was. It may have been a Cdbg technical assistance grant again.
It was.
So we would need, okay,
Yeah.
thanks. So we would need to make progress on the current technical assistance grant before we would be eligible for those funds again. And then we will have a capacity issue problem in community development, at least until we complete the current grant. So to your first point about on the ground needs being more important than RENA, we absolutely agree with that. However, under state law, we are required to be beholden to RENA and to demonstrate our progress towards that. And that is what the housing element is entirely geared towards. And that's what HCD looks for in improving our housing element. So to that extent, I think recognizing the constraint of what the housing element is and what it's intended to target goes to your point, Chair Kreitz, and that's important. And that's why part of the grand jury response was if the board and the county would like to do additional things outside of what's indicated in the housing element, rather than trying to incorporate it into what can be kind of a burdensome structure under state approvals for the housing element, we should just go do it separately. We can incorporate it elsewhere in the general plan if that's desired, but we don't need to go through that. And so I guess my point is in recognizing that community development, we have a state mandate that we need to meet as well in terms of RENA and the housing element. But then going back to the housing needs assessment, yes, it's something we can look at doing in the future. It's not currently on our docket at the moment.
Right. And I guess my point was that that's the low bar. I mean, obviously it's the state mandate, but it's not, if you ask community members, that's not like, oh, yay, we've met the need because
Right.
RENA says we've met it. I think it's just important to distinguish the two. And of course we can't ignore the state mandate. I would never, support that. But getting back to the needs assessment, I know that because I was participating at the town side at the same time the town side of the needs assessment, at the same time as the county needs assessment was happening back in 2016 and 17 when it was completed. The BBC was the consultant that worked on that for the county and worked really collaboratively with the town side consultants doing that. So there's definitely outside, help. It wouldn't be on community development or finance. Obviously you have to manage the consultant, but I think that there's plenty of people that can help with updating a needs assessment with an RFP, et cetera. But I understand the constraints with getting the current RFP on the infrastructure that we discussed for a while, getting that one met and completed, or at least 50% expended before we can go back in for more. But perhaps there's other sources like REAP or, LEAP funding that could be used, or SB2, because it's a planning and identifying need helps planning. So there might be other ways to look at funding an update to the needs assessment. I would just request that we keep that on the radar, everybody. And then lastly, Bentley, you talked about some of the some of the objectives being met already. Like there was already a unit that had been fulfilled X, etc. Is there any kind of a chart that where we say, okay, we've got, we've got one, what is it? It's they're called goal, like goal 4.1, goal 4.2, and if there's a quantity where we need to hit it and we've hit it, where we're like charting that we've hit the goal for 4.1 or we've hit the goal for 4.2, so that we can kind of look at it real quick and dirty and be like, oh yeah, we've hit that target for our mandate. We still have this outlining one, and we're in this year of our housing element, which runs through 2027. Is there anything like that, or is that a cumbersome thing if we don't have one to put one together as we do these updates?
No, I think that would be helpful. Yeah, just having one page where you can see it all instead of scrolling through it. Yeah, I think that's a helpful suggestion, something that we can include with the next quarterly update.
Okay, great. Public comment. That was it for me. Any public comment, Queenie?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. Is Supervisor Corliss, I see your hand.
Yeah, thanks. Just, in kind of, wrapping up our board comments, I think I appreciate what you said, Chair Kreitz, that, there's a big difference with what's happening on the ground and meeting, legal state requirements. And obviously it's important to stay, in line with what we're supposed to do. But, I hope anyone listening, understands, I think this board realizes the gravity of the situation we're in. And I think we need to have discussions or find ways to prioritize actions that we can take to create housing soon. I mean, we're in a crisis throughout the county. We'll see that in our next item. That it's every single community in the county, and of course we're not alone. It's everyone in the state, in this country. We have a massive housing crisis. So in a few places in this presentation, more resources are needed. We've built up a housing fund, we're lacking in staff capacity, but what can we do? Can we find, as you said, Chair Kreitz, outside resources? I think updating the needs assessment is good, but also just continually looking, what can we do to incentivize private development? Can we speed up the projects that are already in the works? What can we really do? And I appreciate that community development staff is under severe constraints. I mean, you have your work cut out for you, but I think for us, from a board perspective, continuing to have these conversations, what can we do more immediately to try to alleviate the situation that we're in? And I think it's going to be really important. It's important that we work closely with the town and representatives from every community to try to do something. So thank you for this presentation.
Supervisor Gardner.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on your suggestion, Chair Kreitz, about sort of a dashboard to keep track of the quantitative goals. I think this document I think that's a great idea, and I think this document is a great document to continue to use. I think our goal here is a quarterly review of our housing status. This document is great, and I hope it can be used just to simply update every time. And on a quarterly basis, that would mean December, March, June, and September of every year. At a minimum, we're looking at everything we're doing in housing and seeing the progress we're making and asking, how we can support. And then I would certainly agree with Supervisor Corliss in her suggestion that doesn't mean we won't be talking about housing issues other times as well as initiatives or policy decisions come up. I just think we need to spend as much time on this issue as possible. I received two different inquiries this week about families that are in crisis right now because they don't have housing. And so I think there's great interest in the county's efforts, and certainly we need to keep this as a high priority and try to make as much progress as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think and I just want to echo Supervisor Corliss's comments, I think, around what can we do? And I think we all appreciate that we want to have local control, but are we getting in the way of ourselves and our objectives? I think that's something we should continue to come back to and reflect upon as a board with our community, because regulation, while it's well intended, can actually be the barrier, and we are responsible for that policy on that side. So I just hope as we start looking at policy, we're reflecting back on ourselves and saying, are we creating a barrier that we could remove, and be very candid about that. And so I hope we do that. Supervisor Peters, I saw you were unmuted. Did you have another comment?
Yeah, no, I don't want to belabor the whole, the whole issue of the RENA numbers versus the community versus the housing needs assessment, but we need to deliver the information to the constituents that they want to hear about the housing needs assessment. That you can tell them all you want to tell them about a state mandate, but it's not accomplishing what needs to happen, boots on the ground, as you said, Chair Kreitz. And I do want to also, I do agree that a dashboard of sorts that the public can digest and see in a simplified manner, that these are things that are happening, being accomplished, that are funded, that are ongoing, and how do we check them off and move on, because there'll be new ones to add, and we need that real, we do need that real quantitative information. So thanks to all my colleagues. I think we're all on the same page, and we just need to get on with it, right, Supervisor Gardner?
Thank you. I don't think we can spend too much time on housing, honestly, because it's important. So the more we dialogue and we give staff some insight in the community and insight and quantitative data, the better we are. Recently I was asked, how do we measure if we're successful? Well, I think we measure if we're successful if we are creating units. If we can say we've created some housing here, here, and there, we people are being housed. That's that's how we're going to measure success, and that's how we're going to show the community we're successful as an organization, in my thinking. So thank you very much. If there's no other comment, no public comment, thank you, Bentley and Wendy and everyone that worked on this presentation. We look forward to our quarterly updates and come back anytime to talk about this, and because we're all eager to participate and move this forward. Okay, our next agenda item is a Bridgeport Valley Regional Planning Advisory Committee Community Survey Report. I'm going to ask if we could take a short break, a short bio break, like 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, looks like everyone's here and we're ready to reconvene for our second agenda item of our regular morning agenda, and that's the Bridgeport Valley Regional Planning Advisory Committee RPAC Community Survey Report. And I see we have with us our RPAC Chair from Bridgeport, Jimmy Little. Good morning, Jimmy.
Morning. Thank you very much for making the time to see me today. Very much appreciate the thoughtful discussion I had the pleasure of watching just a little bit ago. I can't say how much it's relevant and timely. And it's very much all related. And if we can, I can just go through our presentation. We conducted a survey of our residents. The RPAC was looking for a little direction of priorities to work on, and I'm here to share that with you today.
Jimmy, are you going to share your screen or would you like me to pull up your presentation?
If I can do that, I can do it from here. Then I can just walk through it. Let's see.
There should be that green button on the
Yep.
bottom of the screen. Okay, great.
And you may have this. Is everyone seeing my screen now? Spend lots of time in Zoom land these days.
You're looking good.
All right. So we conducted this survey. We started our conversation way back in 2019 before we had all sorts of fun last year. And we, again, just simply looking for direction. We completed this survey in the fall of last year. And part of that may lead to some of the results, as again, determining the focus. I'm not going to read through all the slides, but I'll just kind of talk to them. We did get a very limited response, and I think that was because of the environment we were in, and just in general, if there's not a real big fire burning in Bridgeport, everyone is pretty quiet. But we made an effort to get this out in a lot of different ways, took a lot of time and kept pushing back. So the survey, and this will just go through the questions that are on here. And of the 25 respondents, most of them were full-time residents. 4 of them were seasonal residents. This was their second home. Someone who still has family in the area. A couple of folks passing through on vacation and have for years. And then our nonprofit landowner. The first question was kind of prioritizing the top 3 issues. And it got lumped into really 3 categories. One is the economic development and growth, which includes having jobs and having year-round employment. The second, and it's very much related to the economic growth and development, is affordable housing. And to give you a direct correlate of what that means, we're not even, we usually talk about shoulder seasons, expanding shoulder seasons, or trying to get to a point where we're year round. We've had several businesses, 2 businesses close already. And one of the primary reasons is they don't have enough employees to work. And we're not even into October yet. So having that affordable housing piece is really, really relevant. And this quality of visitors and all that stuff. And then our related to the economic development and housing is the recreation opportunities and that growth, supporting the local fisheries, the things that we already have, and looking at things that could be. And if there's any questions, feel free to stop me at any time. The next question is, what are the areas concerned not on the list that you would like the RPAC to focus on? I'm gonna be right up front. Everything in this presentation, all the quotes are direct quotes. We didn't want to have folks think that we were manipulating or silencing them in any way. So we acknowledge that some of their quotes are not accurate. Maybe that's an opportunity for us to work on as well to get the right information out and not necessarily reflect our consensus at the RPAC. So when you see some of these quotes, we fully recognize that they're not accurate. But the concerns, again, kind of three top areas: economic, some standards of living, and then that includes a clinic, and concerns about the government. Then that's where that's at. Where we see Bridgeport in 10 years and the long-term projects we should occur, the vast majority of this, and I think there's a really fear that Bridgeport is on the decline and trying to find ways that we can thrive. And if you drive through Main Street, you know, I said right now we're not in October, and what feels like a very empty town. And I know this year it's still quiet a little bit, but we've seen more businesses leave than open over since I've been here. I've been here almost 20 years now. The standards of living, you know, there's a feeling that there are less people here. More of the homes are second homeowners. We want to maintain that small town vibe. Just concerns there. Again, the other concerns were with the government, but yeah, I'm not sure that those reflect necessarily the greater whole. What we're excelling in, and this is in general our community, and a great town to live in. It's a very safe place to be. So our community is a great place. Similar area that we could excel in. What did I hit next? There we go. Other stuff, we left an open-ended question for the RPAC to add and address, and basically reiterating the same similar things: clinic and family, some real-life opportunities. I think this is one that stood out, trying to find different ways to educate and ensure that we are providing some of the skills we need to stay in town or be successful elsewhere. Looking at bringing some education back and a growth of more motorized outdoor activities. That was, in general, the survey we put out there, just trying to get an idea of where we should move forward. Our priorities are affordable housing, economic development, finding year-round employment, more diverse businesses, the accessible healthcare and emergency services, expanding our recreation opportunities, and maintaining our small town vibe. So those are the kind of the top line areas for us to look forward to. And for the RPAC, we boiled this down into 4 things for us to work with and move forward on. Part of what brought me here today is simply to bring awareness to you. We don't have any specific asks other than to let you know that we're having these conversations. These are the things that are important to us. And as you come up with your policy decisions, and again, appreciating the comments about regulation and the unintended consequences of that, some of these are in your thoughts. Work to develop year-round employment. And I think, again, all of this is related. Whether you have affordable housing, if you only have housing for 6 months of the year, it makes it difficult to sustain that housing. If we don't have the housing, we don't have the quality employees that welcome people here or simply allow us to be open. And you have to have those recreational opportunities. For us, that's the lowest hanging fruit here. And it would be great if there were other economic drivers we could find to bring here. But this is really all related. Looking for some help from economic development and possibly our recreation coordinator to address that low hanging fruit. We're working on, and you may be hearing about this later, a combined use road designation along Aurora Canyon Road to bring off highway use into the town and to reduce some of the trailering and bring some diversity and make us a more attractive destination for other markets. I'm very sad to hear that we have a ways to go with bringing the East Walker River back. For years, this was a fly fishing destination, and then we'll have some work to address that. That came out of it. Apologize for that. Develop plans for affordable housing. So the conversation you just had is very, very appropriate. You know, personally from experience, I went short 3 staff all summer long because I don't have a mechanism to directly provide housing, and there was no place in town for folks to live. I could have hired folks, they just didn't have a place to stay, which is becoming a greater challenge every year. And then continuing to support community access to health clinic. And now that we have the Tyabe clinic here, we just wish to encourage that it stays here, however we can help assist that. That's my short presentation. I very much appreciate your time, and if you have any questions or thoughts for me, thank you again.
Thank you very much for bringing this forward and working in the community, your volunteer time, your service to the community in Mono County. It's greatly appreciated. Supervisor Peters, this is your district.
Yeah, thank you, Jimmy, first of all. I mean, this was literally probably a 3-year from inception to today process. And really what the RPAC means to Bridgeport is the only formal means to address community and community concerns. It also facilitates for the county to come and present what's happening with the county, general plan amendments, the traditional planning role that RPACs, you know, were designed to function as. But in Bridgeport, it was a little bit difficult to get participation in the RPAC. So the intent was create a survey that the public can have input into what they want to see the RPAC try to accomplish. What can the RPAC bring to the community, and and through that process identify concerns and inform the board, when it's making policy decisions about what's unique to Bridgeport, but is often a common, denominator when it comes to other parts of the county as well. And it did have a lower amount of participation for various reasons, but I think it's really critical to have this information as we move forward as a board and as a community, to try to have some cohesiveness when it comes to direction and to accomplish what's the greater good for our community. There's individual groups or businesses that seem to have have fallen to functionality to not necessarily be self-serving, but not to be part of a community-wide effort. And I'll use like June Lake as an example. They've really evolved as a community, as a group of business people, young families, Main Street, or the village revitalization. They're a model, and I mean, we're not thinking we're going to be June Lake or have that necessarily that model, but through the RPAC and through this process, there's a lot of efforts to, first of all, talk about the basics, but then how do we support the economy? And it's really been a struggle for many, many years in the school with declining enrollment, attracting, our forest employees and retaining just the office, the Bridgeport Ranger District office, and keeping the Highway Patrol office in Bridgeport, because it's, you know, when you lose everything you lose in that regard, it's like taking a part of the heart of the community away. So there's been some activity, there's been a purchase of the Buster's property at the end of town, and really cutting through, Jimmy touched on it a little bit, the regulatory just, you know, layers that are in place. So any streamlining to encourage the development and the younger families. I mean, I'm often encouraged about what I'm seeing, but then on the other hand, as Jimmy said, in the last week or since Labor Day, we've had 2 Main Street businesses just close, hopefully not forever, but they couldn't support their business with staffing and a sustainable business model. So I really appreciate the board listening to this and Jimmy's work and the RPAC's work on this. And I hope that we are able to come back at some point in time and talk again about, you know, how this was impactful and how we are making progress. And as projects and policy decisions related to economic viability and stability in the Bridgeport area, you know, that these things are considered when the time comes to make these decisions. So with that, I'll leave it at that for any other board comments or public comments or follow up from Jimmy. But I'd encourage whenever I know we all have our local set of meetings, but come attend a Bridgeport RPAC at some point in the next year or so and just see, you could see how the passion that's there, and small group, but they really have their heart and soul in the community.
Thank you. Supervisor Dugan, yes.
Thank you. Jimmy, thank you very much for sharing this. I think it's a great blueprint for how do you begin to reach out to your community as having a newly formed RPAC, reformed RPAC in District 2. I'm going to use this as the blueprint and take it to them and say, this is how we start to re-engage there. And I think when you're seeing things that are misinformation, but it's actually misunderstanding, I think that's a great opportunity to reach out and how we communicate. And it's a good idea it's a good way to show for us to know how people are interpreting the messages we're putting out there. So it's an opportunity we wouldn't have if you're, you know, seeing things that are not entirely accurate. It gives us an opportunity to go and say, well, that's an interesting viewpoint, but here's the real story behind that and why we're doing that. And regulation, you know, for all its good intents, it has consequences. And the feedback there gives us some good opportunity to address that. How do we minimize the consequences? So just thank you again. I'm going to share it with my Long Valley RPAC there to give us some idea of how we reach out, how you begin the conversations with the community there in, you know, especially here in Crowley Lake, a place that's growing, doesn't have a lot of business, but the little it does, it needs to hold on to. And thank you very much. I appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing if we made any progress or where we can steer our path a little differently. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Dugan. Supervisor Corliss.
Yeah, thank you. Jimmy, many thanks to you and to the RPAC members for volunteering. I mean, you're such a stalwart volunteer in this county. Your many years of service on the Tourism and Film Economic Development Commission too. So thank you. But thanks to everybody on the RPAC, and thanks for this survey. There's a lot of positive things that I think as a county can work on. I know, this board and boards in the past have really worked hard to try to understand and meet the unique needs of each county community. So having, like Supervisor Dugan said, having the more information we have to understand what's going on, the better we'll be able to accomplish that. And I see a lot of alignment in the priorities outlined here. with the priorities that have come up, you know, generally in our discussions, like housing is an obvious one, but you know, with the counties undergoing a strategic planning update right now. So I hope that this will inform our work. And I would just say, you know, thanks for the invitation to the RPAC. You know, in the past, we've held evening meetings in different county communities, including Bridgeport. You know, maybe we could take advantage of the opportunity, you know, that the Zoom world does provide us to try to schedule a meeting at a time that, you know, that would be more convenient for the community of Bridgeport, or even hold a joint meeting with the Bridgeport RPAC. Something we've talked about in the past. But I do want to, you know, Supervisor Dugan touched on it, and so did you very politely, Jimmy. But as a supervisor representing Mammoth, you know, I do want to address some of the misinformation, and I get it. There's resentment of Mammoth in outlying communities of Mono County is nothing new. It breaks my heart always to hear it, and motivates me to do what I can to try to get past that and extend a hand and say, what do we do, you know, to help everyone remember we're all in it together. But, you know, the town of Mammoth Lakes is the only incorporated municipality in the county, and over half the county's residents live in Mammoth. And the majority, I think about 75% of, you know, property tax revenue is generated in Mammoth, and that supports the entire county. No one in Mammoth is saying, oh no, we don't want to provide EMS services to anywhere in the county. We want it all for ourselves. Absolutely not. This is county general fund dollars that go to support county programs everywhere. And I see, especially our health and human services, community development, all our departments work so hard to really provide equitable services to county communities. And it isn't easy. And I know everybody isn't happy with everything. One thing I'm glad the county's been able to support is getting a medical clinic back in Bridgeport. I know that was a big concern. So, my message just is we're all in it together. We fail when we start to, divide and only think about our own interests. But that said, let's work on Bridgeport's priorities. I remain open and enthusiastic to hearing how we can do that and to, meet our mutual objectives and needs. So thanks.
I'll go to Supervisor Gardner, and also please raise your hand, public, if you have any comments. We'll get to you next. Thank you. Sure.
I would just like to again say thank you, Jimmy, for this effort, and Supervisor Peters. There's a lot of good meat in here. Some of the things we understand reflect some personal attitudes, as Supervisor Corliss has mentioned. There's a lot of good positive meat in here, and a lot of things that come to mind in terms of some actions that you've specified, but then other possibilities, whether, for example, working with getting more college interest, getting some outside, whether it's rangers or other things like that. I think those are good suggestions, and I'd be glad to try to facilitate or at least be helpful. Whether it's I have to be careful here, whether it's over the lasagna at the Virginia Creek Settlement or the stroganoff at the Bridgeport Inn. I'd be glad to sit down with both of you and have a longer conversation about some of the things that are in this survey, and at least ideas and experience I've had in terms of pushing them forward. All of these, however, require a champion. We can't do this all by the county. We can certainly support it, and sometimes funding and efforts are available, deregulation or whatever, but we also need people to step up and say, I'll be the person for that one. I'll drive that train and I'll make it happen. And I know there's a wonderful volunteer spirit in Bridgeport, and so that's part of the solution as well. So I'd certainly be glad to work on some of the ideas that clearly are in this survey. Thank you.
Yes, Jimmy.
Again, I'll say thank you very much, and I very much appreciate being here. There's no one grand slam, and I think in my time in Bridgeport, and it's almost a death by 1,000 cuts. And I couldn't agree more that we all need to work together. We're all in it together. what is good and brings people in one location absolutely translates to what's good someplace else. And I fully believe that. It's trying to find the little things. And we look at the shoulder seasons in wintertime, 50 people in Bridgeport is a lot. And if we find those little activities or try to find different ways to offset some of the things that we have lost, or just changing markets, is huge to the smaller outliers. I'm sure we'll be having more conversations soon because there's a new challenge coming up, I think, for us. And we look forward to avoiding more cuts and finding other ways to do things.
Thank you, Jimmy. I want to make sure if there's public comment. I don't see any raised hands, but I'll look to our clerk to let me know if there is any public comment.
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. And CAO Lawton, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And just to kind of try and tie all this together, particularly some suggestions and observations from Supervisor Corliss. You know, we're in the process of our strategic plan development now. And one of the elements of the next stage is a community survey. So Jimmy, I think that the questions and the information we've received from Bridgeport Valley are definitely going to be contemplated in developing proposals for the board to consider for the strategic plan. Supervisor Dugan will try and get there with a countywide survey to pick up the same kinds of things that you would get in an RPAC survey. So for the board generally, this is the kind of response and the kind of information we hope to develop for you in developing a plan that enables us to address the very things that that Mr. Little's brought up, bearing in mind that some issues are local and will require local solutions, but with the county's energy behind them. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, and thank you everyone for your comments. I agree with my colleagues. The strategic planning process we're undergoing right now definitely came to mind as a way to incorporate the priorities from the RPAC survey, and look forward to continuing to work with the RPAC and you, Jimmy, on eliminating or stopping all those cuts, because yeah, it's not good. All right, well, thank you very much for coming before us today and all of your work in the community. It takes a lot to volunteer, and so thank you. All right, if there's no other comments, then we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is our COVID update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we've got a lot to put in, 30 minutes, I think. We're going to be hearing not only from Brian today, but also Stacy Simon. And there have been some some legislation adopted that we've been expecting for quite a while. And Stacy will be able to explain that. And I may make a recommendation about how we implement that. But for right now, I'm going to turn the podium over to Brian Wheeler. Brian, thank you. And I think I mentioned, I'm a little bit disappointed that the Grateful Dead banner is down, and I hope you'll find something equally interesting to replace it with.
Well, CAO Lawton, it will be going back up as soon as I get long enough tacks. They put up the soundproofing in my office, which alters the size tack you need to use. So good morning, Chair Kreitz and Board of Soups. Happy to see you today. Why don't we go ahead and jump into today's presentation. There we go. Thank you, Queenie. All right. So today is September 21st, 2021, and this is our COVID update. Next slide. All right, unfortunately, our numbers, hold on, what did I do? I can no longer see, there we go, my presentation. Give me 1 second to figure out what I did. Can you guys see my presentation? I cannot.
Yes.
Let me work on it from my end here. Just give me 1 second. I'll pull it up on my phone here so we can talk through the presentation. I apologize. All right, so you can see our case rate is still climbing. We are currently at 1,284 cases, and our case rate is 38.4. Next slide, please. And as you can see on the graph, which I can't see, which I wish I could, you know, we had that initial dip down from 32 down to 20.5. But have been going up since then, you know, currently at 34.8. Next slide. All right, you can see the numbers, the rolling numbers for the past 4 weeks. Please note that last week's numbers are still incomplete as we don't have all results in and not all cases have been assigned to a week yet. So as you can see there, our last week was 34 and currently we're at 21 for this just past week. And next slide, please. And again, with the case rate, that keeps us in the high transmission level, which requires masking. Next slide. I brought these slides back because Supervisor Peters was asking about breakthrough infections or post-vaccination infections. Here's the most up-to-date data. The biggest change in this slide is that we are now seeing breakthrough cases in those that are less than 17 years old. We can go to the next slide. And we're showing breakthrough by brand and also symptomatic by brand as far as cases. Next slide. So at the hospital, there are currently no COVID-related hospitalizations. They do have 8 individuals in the med-surg unit and 1 ICU patient, but that is not related to COVID. Transferring of patients still remains a problem across the state. I do not know of any problems right now in Mammoth, but I do not know the status of the ICU patient. Next slide, please. And again, I just wanted to bring up, you know, the federal mandate. We went over this slide last week for vaccinations out of the Biden administration for federal employees and contractors, for those who have businesses with 100 or more employees, and some more restrictions on large entertainment venues. And I just wanted on the next slide to bring up, next slide please, that vaccine mandates are not that out of the ordinary. What you see is the list of vaccines that are currently required to be a student in class in California. So MMR, measles, mumps, rubella, polio, tetanus, pertussis, HIV, hepatitis B, and varicella are all vaccines that are required. There is a trend, as I'm sure most of you who are paying attention to the news know, for vaccine mandates. A lot of companies are doing it because of interruptions to their bottom line, basically, because when employees are out, they can't work. Some schools are starting to adopt a mandate of the COVID vaccine, including LA Unified School District. So just a little bit of information there. Now for one of the bigger items of the day, let's talk about schools. So on 9/17, we received news that there were 21 positive cases within MUSD from a testing clinic on Monday. Several of those cases impacted the ability for the schools to operate. A lot of teachers and other individuals, students were involved in this exposure. Lack of available staff is definitely a problem for them right now, given the situation. And if you go to the next slide, Queenie, this is just a graph of quarantines currently at the school by week, and you can see how they have over the last several weeks gone up pretty high, mostly in the middle and high school. Early on, the issues were in elementary, but elementary right now is having a low case rate. So the elementary school remains open. It's the middle school and high school that was closed by Dr. Johnson's health order. So how are we going to mitigate this from a public health standpoint? Next slide. So
I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you just go back to that previous slide and give us the definitions, the differences between a standard and a modified? Because I'm not sure if that's clear from this.
Sure. So the standard quarantine is what we've been used to throughout the pandemic. The modified quarantine is one that was put out by the state prior actually to the Delta surge. The state is actually looking to revamp that because it's not working for just about every school district. But basically the modified quarantine gives you the ability to test at a certain point and come back earlier than a full quarantine or isolation. I lost my place on my phone here. I'm sorry, Chair Kreitz, did that answer your question?
I think so. It sounds like it's just two separate ways to quarantine. One is a standard, which I guess is 14 days. I don't know. And it's modified as something different.
Yeah, so it would depend on if you were positive or an exposure. But yes, the modified allowed it to be shortened to 5 to 7 days with testing. All right, next slide, please. So public health interventions, given the situation that's happened, 21 cases coming in one day is definitely considered a large outbreak. I did work with the state over the weekend and Monday. They were supportive of our actions. But what I requested yesterday was to get an outbreak response team sent to the schools so that we could do a test to return to school event. And that was approved. And I actually have the dates now that just came through in an email, and I'm sure the school will be putting this out very shortly. So on 9/22 at 1:30 at the middle school students will be able to present and get tested, both antigen and PCR. And they'll also be offering vaccine from this outbreak group. And as long as those individuals test positive, they can return to school on Monday. On the 23rd, which is Thursday, it would be the same process at the high school. So this is a test to return policy that I worked with the state over the weekend and yesterday to get into place. And it has now officially been, we've secured that resource from the state. So we hope to get the schools back online on Monday earlier than the full health order. Individuals who wouldn't present and test would still have to follow that health order. Next slide, please. And this is just to give you an idea of cases that we're seeing in our youth, up to 41, which is 25.8% of our cases since August 15th. Those 21 cases that came in really kind of changed the number and the dynamic of what was happening at the schools. All right, next slide, please. Again, this is just a reminder that resources at the state are limited. One of the reasons I'm very happy we were able to get a response team to come in. As you know, it's challenging to get any resource to Mono County from the other side of the Sierras. So very happy that the state's working with us and providing this. But other shortages of testing supplies, like I highlighted before, is definitely impacting operations, as you know, schools require right now a lot of testing, and we'll be continuing. I mean, we did a lot. We did, I think, close to 200 tests yesterday on school property, most of which were students. So, you know, that trend continues, that we are using those supplies quite readily. We still have good supply of antigen and supplies for PCR tests. And we still have a good supply of N95s currently. So we are in good shape for now, but we'll have to wait and see. The Binex Now test, which is that rapid antigen test that is good for, you know, symptomatic individuals. The state is no longer supplying them to anyone other than schools. However, the state is now offering up to counties, and I believe we received our first shipment of a test called, it's a point of care test, and it's called Care Sure. And we will be implementing that once we run out of our current stock. Next slide, please. Boosters. So information on boosters, there is some new information. This slide is again just highlighting people with immunocompromising conditions can certainly get a booster at this point in time. Here are a list of some of those conditions. We've seen this slide for the last couple of weeks, but next slide. So on the 17th, the FDA reviewed some Pfizer data, and what they suggested or recommended was boosters for those that are 65 and older, and some people with health conditions and medical staff. That is a little different than what the Biden administration had put out, that on the 20th, everyone could get a booster. The official guidelines haven't even come out yet. What will happen next, now that the FDA has recommended that, we'll have to go to ACIP and Western State Science for their approval, and then CDPH will put out guidance on that. We expect that in the near future, and that we will be rolling out those booster shots pretty soon. But there's still no set date. On the kids front, Pfizer released some preliminary data on children ages 5 to 11. And the data that they've shared shows that the vaccine for that age group is effective and safe with minimal side effects. It is a smaller dose than other age groups have received. They will be submitting this data for an EUA and anticipate mid to end October, sometime in October, that this age group would come online for vaccination. And while we're still talking about boosters, if we go to the next slide, this is a picture of the Israeli data. And really what I want you to pay attention to or notice is that, you know, in Israel, they're like the most widely vaccinated country. And they've been doing boosters since August. And if you look, even though they're still doing boosters, and, you know, the boosters do have some good effect on, you know, preventing illness and severe illness, you can see their cases are still climbing. They actually climbed and then declined and look like they are again climbing on this graph. So it's still unclear whether boosters are recommended or indicated for the general population as of yet. We'll have to see as more data comes along. But as you can see by this slide from Israel, and again, this is just one country's data, who has been doing boosters for a while, it does not seem to have great effect so far on the amount of cases. Next slide, please. Again, our 211 line is up and operational. And if you have questions that you need to speak to a nurse, you have concerns, you have symptoms, please reach out. It's open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Next slide is our vaccination schedule. I do also want to note that our flu clinic schedule will be coming out this week in press and radio. So, and on our website, it's probably already up. So make sure you tune into that and, take the time to get your flu shot this year. Next slide is just testing schedule for the rest of September. And it continues over to the next slide. And this is all available on our COVID portal. All right, thank you. I certainly will take any questions.
Thank you, Brian. So I know that County Council Simon has a report, but let's go to questions on Public Health Director Brian Wheeler's presentation. Supervisor Dugan.
Thank you. Just really quick on that testing schedule, do you have some testing in the Chaffont area already scheduled?
We are
I don't
working
see it on here.
Yeah, we are working on that. It
Okay.
looks like we did have a date, we just have to get it on the schedule. But
Okay,
yeah, because
thank
there
you.
have been some cases in that area, and we want to make sure that we provide that service.
Thank you. That's all.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Dugan. Supervisor Gardner.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Brian. On the children, is the anticipation that if it's approved in October, that then there would be a rollout in November and December for vaccinations from 5 to 11? Is that generally what you think will happen?
As soon as it's approved, we will work with the schools to get right in there to get that age group. Because, really what we're seeing breakthrough cases in younger people, and children seem to be taking this virus home and to their families, perhaps their grandmother, and that's the real concern. For the most part, kids do pretty well, although I do have to say that we are at 250,000 adolescent cases a week right now. The amount of adolescent deaths, though, has only been 551. That is a low number, but still very tragic and concerning. So yeah, we will immediately, and we've been working with schools from the very beginning. We will get in there as soon as that becomes available, set up those clinics, and get those individuals vaccinated. And I just got notification from Justin. It's a pop-up event Thursday in Chalfont.
Okay, and then also, Brian, is there any talk about 0 to 5 in terms of the vaccine, in terms of that timing, or how that's going for obviously infants up to 5 years old?
Right. So from 6 months, they are working on the data for 6 months to 5 years. I would not really expect that till maybe the end of the year, beginning of next year. It is more challenging the younger they get, as you try to titrate the proper dose for them to get, with them not having adverse side effects.
Okay. And then the other thing I want to mention, I've received several contacts from people who just want to pass on their appreciation for your work and your staff's work. Obviously, there's a lot of county employees in addition to public health, but a lot of people in my district have reached out and said they do appreciate, especially now that we're sitting on really 18 months of this, that and thinking that we'd be well past it, that they do appreciate the constant dedication and energy from your staff to keep on this. And we all have certainly our own frustrations and our own personal issues and struggles, but with it, but the fact that you all and your staff have been able to focus on what's best for the county as a whole is commendable. And I hope you pass that on to your staff, because I have received a lot of comments along those lines. I wanted to pass.
Thank you, Supervisor, and I definitely will pass that on to my staff.
Thank you, Supervisor Gardner. Supervisor Corliss.
Yeah, thanks. Really echoing Supervisor Gardner's statement. Brian, thank you to you in public health and to our acting interim, whatever his title is, health officer, Dr. Johnson. I know, it sounds like Friday was, a fast moving situation, and
It was.
and also to county council and county administration, it was a difficult situation, but Brian, it sounds like you acted very quickly to try to find solutions. So thank you to you and your public health team. I'm sure everybody will be very relieved to hear that there's, but it's a good reminder to me, just kind of the same message as the previous item with the Bridgeport RPAC. We're all in it together, and the relationship between public health and other partner agencies and organizations can be confusing. Even just for us internally within the county, we understand maybe how orders are issued or whose responsibility it is, but it's difficult for even our partner agencies to maybe fully grasp that. And it sounds like we work together to deal with a very, very difficult and rapidly evolving situation as best you could. So thank you very, very much.
Sure. And if I could add to that, yeah, I mean, it's challenging. I know there are some parents that were upset, but part of that is, we can't really release full information because of HIPAA and other concerns of people being identified exactly what has happened in both schools. But we are lucky that our covering public health officer, who, we all know Dr. Johnson from his time here, but he's a pediatrician. So, he really has a good understanding, not only of the public health side, but the medical side for young folks. And that is a great resource for us.
I've also just asked the public to raise your hand if you have any questions. Cue that up. I don't see Supervisor Peters' hand raised, so I just have a couple of questions that I've received from the public, from constituents. One is about the testing. Does the test for influenza as well?
Not yet. Not yet. That's rolling out the beginning of the year. It would be nice because we're rolling into that season.
Okay, so it's only the tests that are being performed are only testing for COVID-19.
That is correct.
Really clear, so that I can get back to folks on that. And then you and I have talked about this, but I just want to, because I've received this question from the public, why the schools were initially closed for 18 days versus the CDC guidance for 10 days for quarantining.
Right. That was, based on Rick's judgment, given that this was a large outbreak, that we could pause and kind of let that virus move through those individuals and then hopefully return to a safe school. We do feel comfortable with this test to return offer that we're working with the state on, and to get us open in an earlier time frame. And again, when we have cases, I know there are these guidelines out there and they're one size fits all. And I got to be honest, one size fits all doesn't work. We have to look at, like you said earlier, what's actually happening on the ground. And as I said, we're seeing breakthrough cases in students and teachers, in people just that live in Mono County in general. So, we look at each case individually, especially high profile or concerning cases we have concerns about. And, that's when we bring in and consult with Dr. Johnson to get his expert opinion.
So going back, you had a slide about the state coming in and doing these tests. I think it was on the 22nd and 23rd.
Tests and vaccinations.
Mm-hmm. The 22nd would be at the middle school and the 23rd would be at the high school. And then if you're and you said positive, but I'm sure you meant negative,
I did, sorry.
that you would then go back to school on Monday or Tuesday. That was unclear, because I think I heard you say Monday, but the date was a Tuesday.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it would be Monday unless there's some holdup in getting test results. One part I didn't add is that the outreach or the outbreak team would come back the following week and retest.
Retest everyone that's in campus, or how does that work?
Yeah, you know, I mean, you can't force people to test.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, but it gives opportunity to make sure that the people that tested the first time truly are negative. I won't say positive this time. And, you know, it also gives anyone the opportunity that missed out, would miss out on the first couple of times for whatever reason, a way to opt in as well.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. And as I know people watching do too.
Sure.
And then it seems to me like the testing has become a bit of a challenge. I think I read from Superintendent Wildman that there was a testing snafu that delayed our ability to respond and create a lot of this havoc.
Right.
Could you just speak to that so that we can
absolutely. So basically, it was less of a snafu than just backup at the Valencia lab, and you know, those specimens were collected on Monday, and due to the time, didn't go out on Monday. So, and then it was just lag from the Valencia lab. We did reach out to them on Thursday and asked them to expedite the tests, and they did, and that's when we got all those positive results on Friday. It's an unfortunate situation. There are slowdown in getting test results just because, you know, testing overall has become a problem because of schools requiring it, increased virus in communities, so more people, you know, symptomatic or testing or concerned and wanting to test. So it's a resource right now. You know, as we've seen before, when we have a lot of virus and a lot of cases, a lot more people test. During that 6-week wonderful period during early summer, I would love to go back to, almost nobody was coming to test because there wasn't a lot of virus in our community.
Yeah, I think the mandated testing are really impacting anybody.
Yeah, that's a big one too.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, is there any public comment on this portion of our COVID-19?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. All right, then. Thank you very much, Brian. Appreciate all of your work and your team.
Thank you.
All right, County Council Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I had added a little extra bit on the agenda here to talk about recent legislation related to how you conduct your meetings. So there are two bills which we've been following, AB 361 and AB 339. Let me just dispense with AB 339 right at the beginning and by saying it is drafted to apply only to counties that have populations in excess of 250,000 people. So we're not going to talk about AB 339. Other than that, for informational purposes, it does require those larger counties to continue to offer alternative means for folks to participate in public meetings. I think we've all learned that Zoom or phone or other internet or telecommunication based options help encourage participation by the public in our government. So for those larger counties, they're going to be required to continue to offer that even beyond the pandemic. So that's all I'll say about AB 339. The big one that will affect Monroe County is AB 361. And as folks will recall, and certainly we're operating pursuant to it now, back early on in the pandemic, the governor issued an executive order which suspended some of the requirements of the Brown Act. That's the law that requires you to hold public meetings, post agendas regarding those meetings, make them open and available to the public, et cetera. So the governor's executive order dispensed with the requirement that if you are appearing virtually or remotely, you have to do so from a location that is itself open to the public and posts an agenda and is listed on the agenda as a public meeting place. So that's the modification in the law that has enabled board members to appear from remote virtual locations without having members of the public in their homes or businesses or wherever they're appearing from. That was set to sunset or expire on September 30th. And then there was legislation, this AB 361, which pending, that would extend that modification in light of the fact that the pandemic is still with us, unfortunately. So AB 361 was approved and took effect immediately, although because it's not October 1st yet, we're still operating under the executive order. But what AB 361 requires and authorizes is a little different from what the executive order provided. So under AB 361, there are some procedural and notice requirements which will work behind the scenes with the clerk to make sure we're complying with going forward. I won't go into that. There is some substantive language that will affect our public comment. Just, I think, absolute common sense type language that says, basically, you have to provide a reasonable amount of time to allow people to comment. Sometimes people are fumbling with the raise hand mechanism, or they don't know how to manipulate their computer or phone to get in there. So the idea is to call for public comment, give an advanced warning. Actually, I think Chair Kreitz just did one. She warned people in advance, hey, if you want to make public comment, go ahead and raise your hand now. So to provide a reasonable amount of time so people who may be having technical difficulties can get on and make that public comment. So that will be now a requirement, not just something that we're doing as a courtesy. And then separately, starting 30 days after teleconferencing for the first time under this new law, so within the next 30 days, and then every 30 days after that, the board's going to have to make a series of findings in order to continue to use this modified Brown Act procedure. The findings are that the legislative body has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and any of the following circumstances exist. Either the state of emergency continues to directly impact the ability of the members to meet safely in person, or state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing. So that second one, the state or local officials imposing or recommending measures to promote social distancing, that is a requirement to proceed under AB 361 from the get-go. Public Health Director Wheeler has been kind enough to put that recommendation in writing. It is with the board materials for today, and I did send it out to board members last night. So we have that on the books. That will cover any agency within our jurisdiction. So within Mono County, every special district, commission, board, et cetera, they all will have what they need now if they choose to take advantage of AB 361 to be able to rely on to say, yes, there's a local official who is recommending measures to promote social distancing. So depending on what the board wants to do, we are prepared to come back every 30 days, starting 30 days from now, with probably a resolution that your board can use to make those required findings. The last thing I'll say is there's a lot of uncertainty about how this impacts. You're obviously not the only legislative body in Mono County. We have all of our subsidiary bodies of the board, the Tourism Commission, the Planning Commission, the RPACs, et cetera, can you make 30-day findings for all of those agencies, or do each of them have to make their own? That's a question I'm hoping to resolve in the coming days, but believe that you should be able to make the findings that are sufficient to cover the subsidiary bodies of the county. That doesn't govern folks like special districts. Those are separate legal entities. So, so they will have to also and separately make those findings every 30 days. But again, my plan, unless I learn otherwise, and from my reading of the law, will bring a resolution that explicitly states that it is covering and intended to cover at least the county's subsidiary legislative bodies, so that we can save them that time and effort. So if there are any questions, I know that CAO Lawton wanted to discuss and get some direction from the board related to how you wanted to handle meetings going forward, both in light of the recent surge and the Delta virus, and in light of the news that we now have the ability to continue with hybrid or continue with completely remote meetings at the board's preference.
CAO Lawton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, County Council Simon, for taking a multi-dimensional chess problem and kind of flattening it out for us. I think based upon our most recent experience and the options available to the board, obviously we'll implement whatever the board's direction is, but from the staff side of the table, I would like to recommend to the board that we remain, or we go to virtual meetings. If the board wishes to renew on a month-to-month, decides to renew on a month-to-month basis, I think that's certainly appropriate. But at this time, given the week-to-week uncertainty of the numbers and circumstances, our ability to plan effective meetings and to provide the board and the public with cogent information, I would like to make the recommendation that the board consider directing staff that we move to virtual meetings.
Thank you for that presentation, and it looks like we have some staff direction to provide, but no action to be taken today. Is that correct, County Council Simon?
Yes, just direction to staff.
Okay, thank you. So who would like to start or have comment on this item? Supervisor Peters.
Yeah, I have a question because I tried to read the legislation and understand it. So can you confirm, like when I'm looking at my agenda, trying to look at the first page, when we list on our agenda where it says regular meetings, blah, blah, second and third, and then it lists meeting location, Suite Z, because this is a third Tuesday. Is there something in the legislation that says if we list a meeting location that a member of the body must be, one member of the body must be at that location as a requirement? Is that correct or not?
No, although if the board does go to remote, fully virtual meetings, we should not be listing a location.
Okay, because maybe it was in the prior, like when the Brown Act was, the Brown Act before COVID and the emergency orders, that there always had to be at least one member of the body. Okay, so that's not a thing. Yeah, I mean, to me, consistency in this whole meeting environment for the public is what's critical. And it's I think the example that we set as leaders, as board members in a meeting environment in a county facility while we're having a meeting, as long as it's requiring to be masked and socially distanced and have these these mitigations in place, I would support meeting remotely and not noticing a location. And at the time that masks are not required anymore, and there isn't, you know, a situation where we are requiring employees to, or well, staff, employees, the public to perform whatever the mitigating means are to participate in a meeting, including masking the entire time. When those aren't the requirements, then I think is the appropriate time to all come together again. So that makes sense.
Thank you, Supervisor Peters. Supervisor Corliss.
Yeah, I support the staff recommendation, you know, and reviewing it every 30 days, but I also realize that individuals have varying levels of comfort. So, you know, I support staff recommendation now and maintaining flexibility for, you know, beyond that, as long as we're still battling this global pandemic.
Thank you, Supervisor Corliss. I have a question, County Council Simon, just if you could remind us how long the bill is in effect to, how long do we have that ability?
It currently goes through 2024.
Is that the end of 2024 or January 1, 2024? Just trying to get a sense of how long this will be available to us.
Until January 1, 2024.
Okay, so basically through all of 2023. Okay.
Correct. And unless one of the preconditions to its applicability occurs first. So if there is no declared state of emergency, then you can't exercise the alternative procedure under the statute. So there are other things that could happen as factual matters, which would eliminate the option.
Perfect. Thank you for the clarification. So I support this as well. It does cause me to think about travel and supervisors traveling and people, you know, just because we're talking about our meetings. If we're traveling to other meetings, is there an inconsistency there? It's just something I'm pondering myself about. What message are we sending to the public that we're not meeting in person, but we're going to in-person meetings of business within our hat of being a supervisor? So that is really more of a pontification than it is a statement of agreeing or not agreeing with the staff recommendation. But it seems like you have, consensus. I don't know if Supervisor Dugan or Supervisor Gardner wish to weigh in. And I'll also ask the public to go ahead and raise their hands if you have any comments on this, and we'll get to you soon.
I support the staff recommendation.
Great. Is there any, Supervisor Dugan, yes.
Yeah, I also support that. And as far as attending meetings, I don't see it's any different. It may not be a requirement where I'm going, but that's what I would exercise to social distance and mask.
Thank you, Supervisor Dugan. Any public comment?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I think that's it on this item, unless you need anything else from us, County Council Simon.
No, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. NCO Lawton, anything else on this item?
Not on this. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board.
Okay, thank you everyone for this update. And we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is Golden State Connect Joint Exercise of Powers Agreement. Supervisor Corliss.
Great, thanks. And I think we have IT Director Greenberg on hand for this as well. And this is really, County Council Simon is kind of co-presenting this, but this is an exciting opportunity that rural county representatives of California is providing, through the creation of a new affiliate organization, Golden State Connect, looking to address the broadband deficiencies and to help member counties, and of course, Mono is one of the 37 member counties of RCRC, to help member counties bridge the digital divide, both through preparation, through elements such as a broadband strategic plan, to actually developing public broadband infrastructure and to facilitate that. So the request today is to ask Mono County to join this Joint Powers Authority. Of course, we are already members of RCRC. We are also members of probably the largest and longest established affiliate organization, Golden State Finance Authority, which is RCRC's housing program arm. And we're also members of the Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority through RCRC. And so joining this newly formed Golden State Connect does not obligate Mono County to participate in any of the programs. It's simply by joining, it would afford us the opportunity to participate should we choose to. So County Council Simon, you want to add anything?
No, I think you've covered it well. If there are any specific questions about the JPA, I have reviewed it, as have all the county councils in RCRC, and generally very, RCRC does a great job. So there were a few issues and concerns, and they were all addressed.
And IT Director Greenberg, do you want to add any comments?
Good morning. I don't think I have anything really substantive to add. I will just say that, I guess I will reiterate your comment around, obligation to participate, that there isn't one, out of the gate. And I think one of the things that we are contemplating is the manner in which we would be able to leverage this opportunity, when the time is right, or assuming we're interested in doing so. And RCRC, as individuals may be aware, are looking at a variety of different programs or methodologies to help counties, member counties specifically, solve the last mile problem in their counties. And that program as a whole, and in this JPA, is sort of built on the back of the statewide middle mile project, which all of you are aware of. And so I think that it's a multi-pronged approach, essentially. And I think Supervisor Corliss says entering into this just opens the door for us to look to that entity or instrument should the need arise in the future for financing a project or leveraging that as a whole. The only other thing that I will add is that I was asked to be part of the steering committee for this group, and one of 3 CIOs, along with the CIO from Placer County and Nevada County, providing advice around the strategy aspects of the operating portions of how they would carry some of this out. So happy to answer questions if there are any.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for your presentation. Are there any questions on this item?
I don't have any questions, but I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
I'll second.
Great, thank you. And any public comment on this item?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Corliss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Dugan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chair Kreitz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yeah, 5 yeses and 0 nos.
Great. Thank you again, everyone. Look forward to seeing this progress. All right, our next agenda item is an employment agreement for the county clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, clerk of the board of supervisors. A lot of titles.
Madam Chair, may I proceed?
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to hazard a guess that this will be today's happiest board item. It's an opportunity to recognize and to advance Shireen Dedman. Shireen, who for about a week served as assistant to the county administrative officer between her other positions. I'm asking the board to approve an employment agreement with Shireen as county clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, clerk of the board of supervisors. Shireen's worked in the clerk's office since 2017, most recently as senior deputy clerk and elections assistant. She's been a zealous protector of the franchise and has continued to do so as acting county clerk. She has served as clerk of the board and as a leader on the JEDI working group, and has brought a great enthusiasm and point of view to every enterprise with which she's been associated. So on top of being an outstanding employee, Shireen is also a great citizen of our work family, and also in the county generally. So really appreciate that. We advertised the position publicly. Shireen was the candidate, and it gives me great pleasure to come before you and ask you to make her acting designation permanent, with the extra piece of information that tomorrow we'll be advertising for assistant to the county administrator. So in any event, I think she's going to be an outstanding addition to the leadership team on a permanent basis. She's already a leader wherever she goes, and I will turn this back over to the chair and members of the board. If there are questions, if there's any concerns, I'll do my darndest to address them. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO Lawton. County Council Simon, just give me a nod. I need to read the fiscal impact. Yes, okay, I'm going to go ahead and do that real quick. The fiscal impact for the entire fiscal year would be $135,687, of which $109,762 is salary, and $25,925 is the cost of benefits, and was included in the approved budget. We do have a recommended action to approve the resolution. And with that, I will ask anybody wishing to make public comment to go ahead and raise your hand and be ready for that, and turn it over to my colleagues for comments or questions. Supervisor Dugan.
Thank you. Wholeheartedly support this. It seems like Shireen has always been there in the past 2 years for me personally as someone running for office and guiding through there. And wow, what a 2 years. She's been through it all, and through things that absolutely affect her office directly. And I couldn't be happier to bring her into this well-deserved and well-earned capacity.
Thank you, Supervisor Dugan. Supervisor Gardner.
I agree. Congratulations, Shireen. Fantastic job in the past. We know you'll do a fantastic job in the future in this role. And let's get on with it. Looking forward to your leadership there. Thank you.
Anybody want to make a motion too while you're commenting? Feel free to.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right. Supervisor Corliss?
Yes, or Supervisor Gardner, you want to second the motion and then I'll make my comments?
Second.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shireen. I mean, we have to note that we're making this appointment after our acting clerk recorder registrar of voters ran a challenging special election, you know, with a short staffed office, you know, and with an incredibly fast turnaround, and by all accounts did an excellent job. So Shireen, thank you for that and look forward to working with you in your new role.
Thank you, Supervisor Corliss. All right. Do we have any public comment on this item?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. Well, I concur with my colleagues. And with that, I'll call for the vote.
Supervisor Corliss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Dugan, how do you vote?
Absolutely.
Supervisor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chair Kreitz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters, how do you vote?
Yes.
We have 5 yeses and 0 nos.
Congratulations, Shireen, and good luck, CAO Lawton.
The two things aren't separate, right? They go together.
Yeah.
Hey, Shireen is in the audience if we would like to embarrass her by bringing her forward or inviting her to say just.
Always welcome. I don't want to put her in the hot seat, but if she.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Yes, she's always welcome.
Okay. Oh, there she is.
Oh, great.
I was born for the hot seat, so no problem. It is slightly embarrassing because I am kind of sitting here crying. So, but besides that, thank you. The best part about being promoted is hearing how much the board appreciates me. So thank you. But to be completely honest, none of this would have been possible without my department, without the support of every single staff member, a CAO that checks in constantly to make sure everything is okay. It just so much support during this time, and I cannot express gratitude with words to every member of this county. So thank you. You know, I came in, it was unexpected, but it wasn't like I was flying blind. So I appreciate everyone and just thank you. And I hope I can just meet the challenge.
Well, you have our support and our faith in you. So
thank you.
Thank you. And congratulations. Okay, we'll move on to our last morning agenda item, which is another opportunity for the public to address the board on not matters on our regular agenda. And we can give it a minute, of course.
There are no hands raised.
Thank you very much, Queenie. All right, then we have closed session now. We do have a public hearing at 1 o'clock today. That is on the redistricting again, on our 2021 redistricting. And so I'm just going to suggest that maybe we take 10 minutes to grab some lunch and then go into closed session. We do have a few items there before we come back. So that is the plan, and we'll see you in closed session and then back at 1 for the public. Thank you. Okay, Queenie, are we set on your end?
Ready when you are.
Okay, great, thank you. Right, then we will report out that there's no action to be taken, that was taken in our closed session. We still have a agenda item 9C from closed session that we'll get to at the end of our afternoon session. And with that, we will call for any public comment on items not on our regular agenda for today.
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you very much, Queenie. And then we'll move on to agenda item 11A, which is a public hearing on the 2021 redistricting and communities of interest. And with that, I will open the public hearing at 1:02 and hand this over to CAO Lawton.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
CAO Lawton, I just want to put the interpretation instructions up just for a couple seconds.
Okay. You want me to be quiet?
Just for a couple seconds.
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you, CAO Lawton.
Oh, well, thank you.
And
Okay.
before we get started, may I ask the clerk to please promote Christy Milovich to panelist? Thank you.
All right, so let's see. Okay, and Christy, could you promote Shireen to panelist also? Okay, well, let's see, and then Queenie, can you put the slide up that actually has stuff on it as opposed to the title slide? Yeah. Perfect. So members of the board and members of the public, some of us have seen this in its different versions over and over again. But thanks to Nate Greenberg, I experienced an epiphany. And that is that you as members of the board, we on the staff side, and some members of the public, we're here for all of these meetings. We develop a cumulative understanding and knowledge. And when you work that way, you forget that you're constantly having new people who enter into the conversation. And so rather than presume that everybody who's with us today or who watches us on a recorded version of this, rather than presume that they have the same knowledge that we do, it's going to be important for us to kind of reposition where we are, briefly discuss where we've been, and let people know, once again, where we're headed. So some of this will be old news, other bits of it will be stuff you haven't heard before, and then a lot of it will be, yeah, I heard that, but maybe I hadn't thought about it that way. So, and before I jump in, we'll go through the key dates, and then I'll hand off to a couple of my guest hosts. But I really want to thank Nate Greenberg and Information Technology, Christy Milovich, and her support from County Counsel's Office, obviously Queenie Bernard, and our newly minted clerk of the board, newly minted county clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, Shireen Dedman, for all of their contributions on this. So let's go to the key dates. We've had our first hearing on September 14th. And the first hearing was to focus on receiving input on communities of interest. Our second meeting today, our second hearing today, is also meant to focus on communities of interest. There's no limitation on the public hearings or what their subjects may be, but from the staff side, we wanted to recommend highlighting communities of interest because it won't be until September 30th that the county has the raw census data that upon which we directly rely for drawing maps. So these are pre-map, pre-data hearings, and we want to make sure that we hear from folks about the widest range of subjects. And if we can't talk about the maps, we should be talking about the communities that make them up. So that's the thought behind the 14th and the 21st. But on the 19th, the 2nd, and the 8th, we'll be able to receive communities of interest, maps, whatever the public likes. There'll be our first review of alternative maps on October 19th at a hearing following the Board of Supervisors meeting. And then on November 2nd and November 8th, we're going to have additional hearings in compliance with the law, but also trying to get beyond the law a little bit. Now, things that are happening already. September 14th, the county redistricting website went up, and that's at redistricting.monocounty.ca.gov. And that website is available in both English and Spanish. As I noted earlier, September 30th, the census data will be released. And on October 1st, we'll have our public availability, our public release of the mapping tool devised by Information Technology. And Nate may be able to speak to that again a little bit when we're done with this slide. The adjusted population data will be released on October 30th, 2021. And we don't expect any significant changes in our parameters, our district lines, or your ability to draw district lines, or our population. Adjusted population data for this purpose really means that they've controlled out the population of prisons, and I think certain other institutions, and eliminating that population as being part of a county's jurisdiction. Much bigger issue in Los Angeles than it is in Mono County. Right now, we anticipate the board adopting the final maps on December 15th, and that follows the introduction of a map ordinance at the board's meeting on December 7th. So December 7th, we introduce the resolution. December 14th, it's on second reading and gets final passage. That is according to the law as it stands now. However, we've got legislation that we've discussed a couple of times before that has passed both houses of the legislature and has been held, believe, in the Senate since September 3rd before being sent to the governor for signature or veto. The Reader's Digest version of that bill would be that it takes note of the pandemic. It takes note of the request by the California Citizens Redistricting Commission to the California Supreme Court seeking an additional postponement. If the court grants that postponement and SB 594 gets signed, a couple of things would happen. Our current December 15th deadline could be stretched out to January 15th, I believe, and County Council will correct my mistake. It also would allow the board, or any board, it would allow the board to adopt district lines with a resolution rather than an ordinance, which means it would only have to come up on one meeting instead of being introduced at one and then approved at a second. And then ultimately, it may also move the primary date farther out than June 7th. So there's a bunch of moving pieces here. If one thing happens, more things will happen. But right now, the deadlines that we're holding to, that we're projecting, would be December 7th map, board meeting on December 14th for final adoption. So that's those are the dates. That is the process. That is the legal requirements that we have to meet. And I would certainly entertain any questions, and if I can't answer them, I'll be happy to refer them to other folks here on the panel who can. Madam Chair, are there any questions about the dates and the process laid out here?
I'll look to my colleagues for any questions and ask the public to raise their hands now if they have questions, but start with my colleagues. And I can't see you all, so, oh, there we go. No, I can. Supervisor Corliss.
Not sure there was board consensus on this, but last week I made the suggestion that it might be helpful to have a little bit of an I mean, we have the key dates. Thank you for reviewing that, but just I think this is still a pretty confusing process. Why are we doing this? What is a community of interest? You know, is that something we still, you know, what's the historical information? Is that something we think we might be able to do at one of the hearings?
Thank you for that reminder, Supervisor. And it is a classic example of folks who are dealing with this every day, forgetting that not everybody is speaking that language. And I appreciate you putting it that way. And I can give a little bit of background if you like.
Well, no, I think we need a present. I don't think it needs to be an oral, you know, maybe we could, you know, at the, I mean, I think we probably, I will be surprised if we get enough input at this hearing today to imagine that the next step is creating maps. And I'm wondering if there isn't something, you know, we need to talk more about communities of interest, and it could, and if it's too much work, you know, for staff to do, I think I know, you know, the stuff can be found. I can put it together myself for my, but it just seemed like something that might be useful to others. So, you know, you could poll the board. Maybe I'm the only one.
No, I think it's, I don't think I need to do that, Supervisor. I agree exactly with what you're reaching for. And I think, again, we probably won't try and do this orally then, because Christy is a font of information on what the communities of interest means, you know, and Queenie's in a position, Shireen's in a position to talk about our outreach, active and planned into the Spanish-speaking community. You know, those are other things we would get into, and I would leave it. You know, I don't want to just dump this timeline on people and then say, okay, who wants to speak? So I agree with you that we can approach this more effectively.
Do we have any public comment, Queenie?
There are no hands raised currently.
Madam Chair, may I ask Christy to just give us a few words on what does community of interest mean, and who may declare that they're a community of interest?
That would be great. And then if Nate has an update on the website and the mapping and such, I think that would be helpful too.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's start with that. Thank you, Christy.
Kreitz and CAO Lawton. Quickly before I begin, this is just going to be a cursory review or summary of what a community of interest is, but I guess in the same vein as what Supervisor Corliss was mentioning, if direction is given to staff to come back with a larger presentation, we can do all of this through a series of slides and also post that slideshow or a video of any future presentation on our website. And I think Nate will talk to that when he's on after me. But quickly today, because we're focusing on communities of interest, just to give the board a quick, I guess, a definition. There's a lot of definitions of what a community interest can be or is. We do look at state law to tell us what is defined as, but in the simplest of terms, the community of interest is a group of people, a neighborhood, a collection of individuals who share common social or economic bonds or interests. Usually they will live in a geographically definable area, and the point is that they should be included within a single district for purposes of effective and fair representation in future elections. So the law focuses on community of interest because keeping a community of interest within one district helps promote that interest in the voting context. So that's why we focus on communities of interest. Communities of interest should be promoted and discussed and identified by the public. It's generally the public itself that will show up and describe to your board or to anyone else what that community of interest is. They, some communities of interest do include protected classes like the Latinx community, for example. These are minority groups that would get special treatment federally and statewide, but it doesn't have to be ethnic driven or gender driven or heritage driven. A community of interest can be based in social or economic considerations. Some examples under the law have included groups of individuals who live in a neighborhood who want to get rid of coal mining, or groups of individuals who are interested in certain youth sports. That's another example under the law. Individuals who are focused on certain types of media representation. That's also an example in the law. College students, senior citizens, people who, bicycle enthusiasts actually have been noted in case law as being a community of interest. So these are just examples, hopefully, for the public to be aware of what might be determined or defined as a community of interest. When the board is listening to input on a community of interest, it will want to look at three things. It will want to look at what that interest is. Is it bicycles? Is it coal mining? Is it, is it ethnicity driven? And then the board will want to know why that interest should be kept together within a district, and defining those are important ways of determining whether lines should be drawn to respect or honor those districts or communities rather. And then the third is we want to know the geographic location. So when the board is receiving public testimony with regard to community of interest, those are the things that it wants to be mindful of really listening to. What the interest is, where it's located, and why should it be kept together. And then, that's really kind of it. What a community of interest is not is a relationship with the political party, with incumbents, or with political candidates. And the board would not be entitled under the law to draw district lines based on those criteria. So really, we're looking at things that have to do with other things than political parties and incumbents and whatnot. Again, they're defined by local community members. The law defines community of interest quite broadly, and the reason is because there's much discretion, and it's a broad definition so that the public has a lot of leeway in which to have a voice and be represented. And that's kind of all I have for what a community of interest is. I can certainly come back to the board with more, I guess, examples of them, just through various case law that I've read. I mean, some of them are interesting and fun. Others are pretty standard and basic. So any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions?
I see Shireen has her hand up, and before we jump to that, I just want to supplement what Christy said is we'll develop visual cards, you know, that lay these things out so you can see it and read it and translate it that way, as opposed to listening to us deliver it orally. I think that's going to be very helpful in community presentations and raising awareness and in future meetings. I want to thank Supervisor Corliss for clarifying that. Shireen?
I just wanted to jump in prior to moving on to vote and discussing the mapping of the redistricting, but in regards to outreach. So we did meet, you know, and it was Bob, Christy, Justin, and myself to discuss the best way to for outreach specifically to communities, well, in general, but specifically to communities of interest. And, you know, the hardest part is determining which ones, you know, what are our communities of interest in those counties. So at this point, you know, really the best that we can come up with are our Spanish speaking community and our tribe. So with that in mind, the goal of outreach is trying to, you know, make sure that this information gets to those groups. And so that is discussed, that is in mind. One of the things though, we were all geared up and ready to start putting physical flyers out in the community, but we knew with that legislation coming out that that might change the information that we were providing, because we would be moving possibly from in-person to the teleconference format for our meetings. So they're not quite out yet, but we will be putting out flyers. And I actually met with our Latinx committee with North County. And I want to thank Cassandra Montes because she leads those meetings. And I'm blanking on some names, but I want to say that there was a body here, and there was a representative from the Mammoth Chamber of Commerce as well. And so we kind of discussed about where would be the best place to reach our Spanish speaking community. So I have this long list of places where we're going to be posting flyers, reading flyers. You know, in our non-town locations, we have really the only thing we come up with are, you know, your typical post office, general stores, you know, where you just normally see the postings, and that's where we'll address. But I really, you know, besides acknowledging that we're trying to get out the word, if anybody has any ideas, please always contact me, the clerk of the board's office, because we are the ones trying to distribute this as best as possible. And we are working, you can see translators here in the meeting, and we are working with that group. So thank you to Sesco for that. But just to be able to translate it in, any kind of materials into Spanish. And yeah, if you can think of anything, we're open, because I think this is, you know, the more ideas, the better. So that was just the input I wanted to provide.
Thank you, Shireen. You know, one of the things that comes to mind too is churches, if they have bulletin boards or some kind of a connection to the church in our communities in the Mono County.
Okay, thank you. That's something we had not had on the list, and that would be really effective, I think. A lot of folks who are who we would reach there are also deeply engaged in their community, and that could be very helpful.
Shireen, I think Shireen might have one more thing to say.
I did, I'm sorry, and I wanted to say this, and I know, Bob, that you were going to mention it, but just so it is not forgotten, it just, we want to emphasize to anyone who might be listening, or if you speak to someone, just put an emphasis on how safe it is to contribute to the conversation of redistricting. It, you know, no one's status is affected. This doesn't put a law enforcement light upon them. It is safe. this is a safe space, this is a safe conversation to have. So if you see anybody who's hesitant or has any concerns, please emphasize that they can speak up at no risk.
I'm gonna make a kind of a analogy that if you sort of think about this, it's a campaign to promote redistricting and participation, and some of the tools that could be used, a banner, a vinyl banner that's affixed to the courthouse and Bridgeport's fence, to other places and other communities where people will repeatedly see, you know, the message, you know, participate in the website and maybe some dates. And even those, you know, those little yard signs or whatever that get put on key corners that had key information, it would just be repeatedly ingrained in people that, what is that? You know, spike the interest. The flyers you see and you may pass in the typical places, I think will get some participation. But if we had materials in English and Spanish that were, you know, at those key locations, and sort of treat it like a campaign, and it doesn't have to be a static message. It could change once a month, or you know, include some information. I don't know what our budget is, but we should go all out and get and getting the messaging out there.
Thank you, Supervisor Peters. Supervisor Gardner.
Yeah, just a thought. I should have, and we've talked a little bit about this, but I should have probably thought of this earlier. The issue is redistricting is what we call it. That's the process. But the issue here that would get people's attention is are you satisfied with the way you have, with your ability to influence what's going on in the county? And that's not so much in terms of the person that represents you, as much as the process that we go through to determine that. So it's about the democratic process. It's saying, are you concerned about housing? Are you concerned about COVID? Are you concerned about all these issues? Well, here's the way that works with the county. And we're talking about that process in terms of the way you're represented. And some catchy way to do that, because redistricting is a snoozer. It's a bureaucratic snoozer that nobody's going to focus on. But if you say to somebody, as some people have said to me, you know, I'm concerned about my district in terms of the way I'm represented and my ability to influence what the county does. So I'm thinking from a messaging standpoint, if we can focus more on that, how this is the way the county is organized so that you have an influence and representation in the county. Just a thought in terms of how we communicate and engage.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I think that's why maybe talking more about the process like Supervisor Corliss has been recommending or is recommending might just help take off the jargon and just talk about I think I froze. Sorry, it must be because we're all homeschooling. My internet is very unstable today. CO Lawton.
But quickly, and I want to, you know, we'll get to Nate in a minute, Madam Chair, but you know, I had just got an email from Christy, and she had a splendid idea that we propose convening another hearing, virtual, prior to or coterminous with the numbers coming out, where we can come back to you with that kind of publicly finished presentation that I think you all are reaching for and guiding us to. And that, again, that would also give us the ability to give you as members of the board something that can be presented at our PACs or at other community meetings. And if there's a concurrence here, I think we've got the momentum and the wherewithal now to do that.
Yes, Supervisor Corliss. Thank you, CO Lawton and Chrissy.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great idea. You know, on a basic level, I mean, I think if you know, I've experienced this trying to talk to people about redistricting and get them interested. You know, every one of our communities, geographic communities like Bridgeport or June Lake or Lee Vining, these are, and I would argue Mammoth Lakes are on some level communities of interest, right? They're geographic, people live together, their children go to school, you know, all these things, they are on some level communities of interest, and, you know, making sure that I think we do need to target specific populations within those communities, but we need to make sure that each community is on some level aware of this process and is going on. And that, I mean, some of that responsibility falls on us supervisors who represent these communities to help build awareness. But yeah, making sure that every RPAC, every community advisory group, whatever it is that we have in place, you know, it has some level of awareness would be great. And I think doing a meeting like you're describing, that, you know, we give an introduction to the whole process and how people can get involved would be great. I might suggest that since our meetings are now going to be virtual, that you approach this just like you did a COVID community conversation or a wildfire community conversation, where you have a formal presentation, you have a panel, you maybe go through a demonstration of the website, and then offer folks a chance for Q&A, or, you know, if you could go ahead and combine it into being a public hearing, so be it. But it would be nice to have something along a proven format. We know that works, gotten really good participation throughout the county on those types of meetings.
I think the community conversation format, as you noted, people know it, it works, and we can certainly set it up that way. And again, going virtual, we can do more of these at times that are convenient for members of the public, as opposed to 1:30 in the afternoon. Because we don't just want to broadcast it, we want it live, and we want to get in person, or we want to get direct reactions. Are there any further observations from the board for staff on the process or on what we've seen so far? Okay, I'll take that.
I don't see any, but I do want to, this is a public hearing. I would like to get to the public. I did ask them to raise their hands if they had questions. So
okay,
if that's okay at this point, we can come back obviously to the public again and the board again.
Right, I just wanted to get Nate in front of everybody. So sure.
I do too, but on the discussion we've had so far, is there any public comment?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. All right. With that, then we can CEO Lawton, if you'd like to hand it over to Nate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And now now to cover our latest version of our redistricting homepage and provide another glimpse of the redistricting tool, I will defer now to IT Director Nate Greenberg. Nate, I see you're with us on the panel. Jump right on in.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. I will share my screen here. Just to verify that everyone is seeing the redistricting website. Great.
Yeah.
So CIO Lawton mentioned, and actually I will just take a second to remind everybody to provide a tour around. The website may be accessed through the main Mono County website. It is currently a spotlight item. It also appears under the transparency section, as well as under the civic resources heading for residents. So lots of ways to get there. Those links will take you to this dedicated website, and just wanted to walk everyone through a few changes that have happened based on some of the feedback you all provided last week, and just sort of the goal of incrementally and iteratively improving this. So First of all, last week we implemented translation services on the site. I had one of the bilingual team members from IT review the Spanish translation and basically noted that it was completely acceptable, that it translated well, and that from our perspective, we will not be maintaining a live translated or a human translated, I guess I should say, version of this site. We'll be basically relying on the technology tools to provide that translation inline. There's a small little notice here. This has become standard on all of the customer facing sites that we've done for COVID and vaccines and other things like that. And basically it's just letting Spanish speakers know that they can access the translation services through this little widget on the left. They click the language they'd like to translate it to, and the site will be basically recast in that language. So that's now in place. A couple of other things just to kind of walk folks through is we implemented a see what's happened section. So one of the pieces of the statute requires us to basically catalog process and, you know, certainly decisions that have been made, but also procedural aspects of the process should be captured to the extent possible as well. And so we're breaking that down into two sections. One is more procedural, and then the other is public input, which has been provided. These two buttons are also basically links that are accessible on the main sort of navigation ribbon up here. And this see what's happened, what's happened page is just cataloging the meetings that have taken place to date. All of these incidentally have been board meetings. And so going back to December and January, when we opened up the process and provided some of the initial presentations, there's links to the video of those meetings as well as all the agenda packet materials that were included in them. So as we continue to work through the process, this will be built out and capture past meetings. The other piece that is here is the see public input, also linkable up here. And I did show this last week as well. At the top of this page are two links to provide public input. So this would be just general input around, you know, just comments that are maybe not geographical in nature. And when somebody clicks on this, they're going to get a very straightforward general feedback and comments dialogue. The other one is this communities of interest suggestion. And this is going to provide folks with a map, and they can come in here and draw a community of interest and then add some annotation around what are the aspects of this geography that are worth sort of representing. So those have been in place for the last week. And as you scroll down, we are now basically consuming the input that has been provided through those tools or was captured in any one of these public hearings. And so during a public hearing, you know, if there are any comments that come up today from the public or the board or others, I have Eric Miller from my team here who's able to help capture some of that stuff. And people can come in here and click on any one of these communities of interest and see the comments that have been offered, as well as the general comments. So this is sort of our running catalog of participation, so to speak. The other thing that we added was a page for background and legal requirements. And this is designed to just capture some of the information which has already been shared with the board. If we go back to the presentation that was given to you all in December, you know, we walked through some general process and kind of talked a little bit about the phasing, some of the concepts for how we'd be working on this process as a whole. There's some overview of Assembly Bill 849. And then this actual presentation from January does have some legal aspects and, you know, the law and statute which govern how a lot of the process and certainly the drawing of districts is managed. And so I think this could be substantive in terms of providing some of the information which is being asked for by Supervisor Corliss and others. So this is currently available on the website. The other thing that's here is some overview of communities of interest, and Christy Mulvich referred to many of the points that are in this now. So this is available for the public to look at. And then at the board's request, we included some of the documentation going back to 2010, which has been previously shared with you. So again, this will continue to be built out as we work our way through the process. And you know, certainly, hopefully more comments come into those tools and things like that. So any questions or comments or feedback on the website?
Nate, is the app up yet or not? I don't know. There is a link there, but I haven't clicked on it. I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's not actually. This doesn't do anything. Actually just sends you in circles, which is probably even more infuriating than not doing anything. I was going to, if the board is open to it, spend a few minutes and walk through the app. Basically, the application is about ready to be released for internal review, and we're about a week away from releasing it for the public. So as CAO Lawton referred to in his slide, we're targeting the September 30th date for the launch of that. We actually say the 1st of October, which will be the latest we launch this tool, but it really, we should have it ready hopefully by the latter part of next week. And so that will be, I think, a fairly significant milestone in the process, because it'll provide the data to everybody in a format and a tool that's digestible and ready to be looked at and used. And certainly at that point, any member of the public, the board, staff, you know, et cetera, could start using that to propose or to draw alternatives, I guess, for districts.
Okay, that's great. So right now, before that comes out, people can provide general comments, and they can provide some data on the map with regards to where they think where they see communities of interest. And then there's the public hearings right now. Those are really the main avenues for folks to participate prior to the app. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah. And I think, you know, the process that we kind of conceptually designed was based on an anticipation that we wouldn't have any census data before the end of this month. And so we actually were able to, or the Census Bureau did release data ahead of that schedule, and we were able to process that data and get it into the tool. And so we are poised to launch the tool. You know, obviously we're going to wait till the 30th just to make sure that the data that we include is the data that is being formally released. But we're also using this window of time before that launches to try to solicit feedback or comments or thoughts from the public, because people are eager to just start drawing districts. And I think the real goal is to start to get some feedback around what are people trying to achieve through the drawing of those districts. And Supervisor Gardner, I think, eloquently stated earlier that, you know, people do care about who their supervisor is and, you know, what communities are represented by each supervisor. And I think that that's the spirit of gathering this kind of feedback. And you do see some of that already appearing here, you know, with the geography representing the 395 corridor communities. Supervisor Stump, or former Supervisor Stump, I believe, submitted this comment around the Benton Paiute tribe during the last meeting. So long story long, yes, that would be the format for the next week and a half until the tool launches for the public to provide comments and feedback.
Okay. Well, since I have I have you, I have one other question, and then of course I'll go to supervisor, my colleagues and the public. But last week you showed us an interesting little thing where we could toggle with our population by districts, and it could, I couldn't find that, and I don't know if that's still on here, if that's really more part of the app and you were just previewing it. So if you could just enlighten me.
Sure. So I think I know what you're talking about. Before I go and show that, I will scroll down to this map, which was shown last week as well. You can click this link at the bottom to open this map in the full screen view. And this map contains data, the census block data that we have currently for 2020. And there are a few different ways to look at this data. I mean, you can look at it through the population that is here. It's being symbolized in a graduated color map. So you can see, generally speaking, what the population in each of these blocks are. We're only showing populated blocks, so all the white space on the map. There are blocks here, there just aren't any individuals that actually live there. And if you click on one of these, we're providing the total population that is in each of those blocks. So that's one aspect of this. And the tool that I believe you were referring to is the redistricting application that we've built. And that is the tool that we're going to launch next week. And I think this is what you were just speaking of. Is that right?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Nate. I was wondering if I couldn't find it, but I see now it's coming. It's forthcoming. So that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. So that again will be accessible through the Start Mapping button. And I think this will be something that through the channels that Shireen was mentioning, we'd be doing outreach in, we'll certainly want to announce and promote, because as of right now, there's no real transparency to the fact that it's not quite live, other than the button doesn't go anywhere and this says coming soon. So it will be linked to through both of those places.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you for the presentation and all your work on the website, and adding some of those features we talked about last week. Turn over to my colleagues to see if there's any questions or comments, and also ask the public to go ahead and raise your hand if you have any comment. Yes, Supervisor Corliss.
Yeah, thanks, Nate. And the website is great. Thank you for quickly adding the other information that I requested and others requested last week. One thing, and I don't know, and Shireen, she's still around, one interesting thing about Mammoth, and by interesting, I guess I really mean confusing, is that the precincts don't mean anything, right? The names don't match geographical locations. So one thing that's that I just personally looking through it found a little difficult, like in District 5, it like kept wanting to take me to the precinct information and not show the district as a whole. So there are 2 precincts in District 5, Mammoth Pinecrest. Interestingly enough, there's a street called Pinecrest that's in a different precinct. It's super confused. So, I mean, and one thing, and this is not something you need to answer now, but eventually when we're looking in on this, do voting precincts change based on this? And, maybe somewhere we can somehow message to people, again, this is a Mammoth thing, primary. Maybe it applies anywhere else. I don't think so. That the precincts don't factor into this, right? That they don't really matter. It's something that's, at least I don't think they do, but just something to keep in mind when mapping that, and Supervisor Kreitz, chime on in if you think I'm wrong, or anybody else who lives in Mammoth, but most of us don't find, the precinct thing is pretty meaningless, but I would think that the precincts that you, for instance, if you had a supervisorial district that got drawn, that then had included that split a voting precinct, that would be kind of a nightmare for the registrar of voters. So it's it's just something to keep in mind when you're plotting things. And then one thing I'm wondering, Nate, for the app, and I didn't see it on the current census block map, would it be possible to parse information out, not just by census block, but by I mean, like the incorporated town of Mammoth Lakes, but by the communities, so that when people are drawing the map and looking at these tools, they know what the population of the community of Bridgeport is, however that's defined, and that would show on the map, that you know what the population of Lee Vining is, that you know what the population of Crowley Lake is. I don't know if that gets too confusing, but or if we do define communities of interest, that we somehow have a feature that shows what the population of that is. Just based on my experience of trying to look at the statewide Citizens Redistricting Commission, when you're trying to draw it and get to whatever the target number of population is for a specific district, having those chunks of information could be really helpful. And one thing I was going to note too, currently on the map with the census blocks, under the supervisorial district field, it just says null. There's no information there. So I don't know if that's something that could be added in or taken out, but just something I noticed on it. If people were looking around and trying to figure out, they can look on the different map to see their supervisorial district, but there's a field in the census block data that says supervisorial district. And
okay, thanks. We'll look at that. Shereen, do you want to speak to re-precincting and how that works?
I do not, because I sort of learned about that because I know it's a conversation we were going to have in parallel to redistricting, because it does your population has to do with your precincts, so it does affect that. And yes, you do have to keep in mind, not just supervisorial districts, but you have special districts, and that could cause a precinct to be split and things like that. So all of that does have to be kept in mind. But could I come up here and say the very technical legal stuff about it? No, not at this time.
Christy, correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection going back to 2011 is that the re-precincting is something that would follow on the heels of the redistricting process, and that we would look or need to look at precincts based on the new supervisor districts. That it basically, the districts create the template or the more exact or discrete bounds, and then within those we need to break them down by precincts in order to meet election needs. Is that?
Yeah, it's my understanding, yes. I also see County Council Simon nodding her head, so I say that with a green light. Basically, my understanding is the precincts are like the condition precedent to creating, or the districts are the condition precedent to creating new precincts if they need to be created. Does that make sense, Supervisor Simon? My supervisor?
I was just nodding in agreement because I felt this might have been outside of what Christy had already researched, but yeah, the precincts are more pragmatic. It's a function of the election process and those requirements, and it will follow on the tail of the redistricting.
Just to say it a different way, people don't need to take into account their precincts when worrying about the redistricting process or the drawing of district boundaries. And I believe it probably warrants an evaluation of the precinct names as we work through the re-precincting process. But I think Stacy's word pragmatic is really a good one, which is that we know that we will need to support Shereen and her team following the approval of the new district boundaries to go and subdivide those into voting precincts. And it actually isn't just a Mammoth issue. I think it is a predominantly Mammoth issue, but we do have a precinct currently that extends outside of Mammoth, and there's some challenges around. And so we'll work, it's a GIS and elections process kind of to get through. So hopefully, Supervisor Corliss, does that answer that question?
Yeah, but almost, it's adding, in my mind, a layer of confusion maybe that isn't there. That doesn't need to be there. Maybe the precinct thing could be, and I hate to create more work, but that could be a layer that someone could choose, but that maybe is not a layer that's automatically there. You know what I mean? Because I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that, it's just when looking at the maps, and it may not be that way in the app at all, then you wouldn't even need to worry about it.
Yeah, so maybe what I can do is just share my screen. You've asked a couple of really important questions. And I think that the questions around the population by community and those types of things, I want to just speak to in the form of a demo for a couple of minutes, if I might. So this is a preview of the redistricting tool that we'll be launching for the public next week. We'll be launching internally for review in the next day or so. In this application, there are layers that can be toggled on and on. So one of those is supervisor districts, current supervisor districts. Another one is fire districts. We're also giving the opportunity for community service districts to be turned on and off. These are all surrogates for, or actual, in some cases, communities of interest around formally recognized geographies that are, basically taxable areas and entities, or response areas in the case of fire districts. The other thing that we're providing here are the communities of interest. And so any communities of interest that have been suggested through the process are being shown here. But ultimately and fundamentally, the drawing of districts is done based on census blocks. And so you can see here, and actually if I create a new proposal, I can, oops, let's just refresh this really quick. What I can show you is the map that we were showing on the other page is basically showing census blocks by density. And so those that have no color in them have no population, where those that have the darkest color have population. Ultimately, the job of each of you, the job of the public in recommending, is going to be coming into this map and saying that you would like to have, say, the northern portion of the county to Mono Lake represented in one district. And so you're going to be using the tool to draw boundaries around those areas, or click on individual blocks and thereby adding them to the district. And so as I'm going through this, if I come into the Mono City area, I can keep clicking on blocks, and what you're seeing is this number increase, right? And so I could draw another little shape here and add all of these blocks. And so this is going to be this iterative process where, if we talk about another district starting in the Lee Vining area, people are going to be coming in here and, again, drawing boundaries for District 2. And now we're starting to add population to District 2. So the intersection between the community of interest piece of this is, if I want to see what communities of interest have been suggested and my desire to keep these intact, you could use this as sort of an input and say, okay, well, somebody's suggested that the 395 community should be kept intact. And so I'm going to make an attempt to draw, a district that basically encompasses that community of interest. And by doing that, again, we'll be totaling the population in there. So the challenge in this, effectively getting to as close of a balanced set of districts, 5 districts, as we can. And the target number for that is 2,639, basically, dividing the total population of the county 5 ways. And what this tool will do is not only provide you the method to gradually add blocks into these districts to try to reach that number, but also check for the deviation. And one of the criteria in the elections code is that there shouldn't be more than a 10% variance between the number of people in the most populated and the least populated district. And so what this tool is doing is saying, oh, well, right now District 2 is showing 2,819 and District 1 is showing 2,301, and that variance is 19.6, which is out of range. And so ultimately, we need to have every block in the county assigned. So we need to assign 540 more blocks or another 8,000 people across the remaining districts, as well as balance them. And basically that's the functionality that is included herein. So it's not, we certainly could go in, I think, to directly answer your question, we could go in and draw some boundaries around the community of Bridgeport or, you know, the community of Colville or Walker. But one of the things that you'll notice is that the blocks are, you know, often oddly shaped. And so it's hard to know exactly where we're going to draw those lines. And, you know, do you consider Twin Lakes as part of this community of Bridgeport or not? And so we've opted to not actually do that and make those totals, you know, sort of in a representative layer. Rather, you know, you're going to be recognizing them as you sort of add these individual blocks to the map. So I don't know if that answers your question or makes sense. If you have perspective on a different way to approach this, I'm certainly open to it.
Yeah, so in other words, people drawing these things, are they going to be able to figure it out by doing this, by using the draw your own district tool?
Yeah, I think that that's true. And furthermore, you know, I had a conversation with Supervisor Dugan about this, and I think that the napkin math approach to just looking at boundaries on a map and trying to think about how it should be divided is challenging, because the other piece that needs to be, the other criteria, I should say, that needs to be met in drawing districts is contiguity. And so we do have some challenges. I mean, you can see, for example, this block in and of itself is oddly shaped, and you don't get to choose just the north side of the lake and not have the south side of the lake. So it's important to understand the geographic implications of some of those decisions. I mean, another great one as an example is this very large block. So, you know, you were forced into making decisions around the district boundaries based on the principal size and shape of the geography that's provided by the Census Bureau.
Thank you, Nate, for that. I didn't realize that part about the blocks. And
so this is definitely something that we will need to, I guess, educate the board on, because I'm assuming that each of you will be wanting to take a pass at this and making, you know, at least one, you know, if not multiple proposals for ways that districts could be drawn. But then ultimately the public will be doing this as well. And so my intent is to release this tool internally to staff and to the board for review, and to get through that release some feedback from each of you around what is the language that we should use in communicating this effectively to the public, so that they can understand how to use the tool effectively and really what we're trying to solve for. And that will be really important for my team in building the documentation that will ultimately get packaged with the tool as we launch it in a week.
any questions, comments from my colleagues? Do we have any public comment?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Queenie. CAO Lawton, is there anything else on this item?
Not from the CAO's office, other than to once again thank our participants. Nate, Christie, and Shireen, and County Council Simon, and especially the members of the board for their contributions in making this a more user-friendly and truly informative process. Direction from the board about, or advice from the board, or let me hear what you have to say about setting up another hearing. Are there any specifics that I should bear in mind in terms of a date? If we'd like to get back to this at least one more time before the numbers come out, before the map app goes up, so that we can focus on the policy rather than the strategy.
Well, the map app, the app sounds like it's going live potentially prior to our next board meeting. Is that right?
Right. And I think what Supervisor Corliss had proposed, and I think it is spot on, is not in this traditional format of a board meeting and public hearing, but more of the community conversation format. Am I correct there, Supervisor?
That's what I heard, yes.
Okay.
But so you said, I mean, I can't do a meeting before the 30th of that nature.
Okay.
It would have to be after the app goes
Well,
live.
we have plenty of time in October then. So let's see. And it doesn't have to be during the day. Obviously, community conversations, we've had those at 5:30 in the
Yeah, I
evening.
think an evening meeting would be nice. I know we're doing one in November, but another one prior to, I think would be great.
Okay.
And
So
I
we
think-
go from here, the next scheduled hearing and the first review of alternative maps is almost a month from now, October 19th.
Yeah, so I think we need to find a date between now and then the 19th where we could have a community conversation, really preview the app with the public, hands-on, like Nate was just doing with us. And then they could, do it as simultaneously.
Would the board be interested then in considering the Thursday at 5:30 format that we previously had?
Yes, I see one thumb up, and I think you're just saying a Thursday at 5:30
Yeah,
during October. Let's find one that works. Yes.
we could do the 7th.
I just can't see everyone, Bob. That's the only thing.
Oh, okay,
You
sorry.
can, but I can't. So I can only see a few people to get a consensus. There we go. Now I see everyone. So the 7th of October, how does that, I see a thumbs down already.
Okay. Let's see. 14th, I think we've got members who are going to be in at Western Interstate. How about the?
Can I just say, like on the 7th, if it's a 5 p.m., like for an hour, if it's scheduled hour, that'll work. But I have an RPAC that night, so I can't commit to like a later time.
I agree with that too. I have my class at 7. I forgot on Thursday. So an earlier time, 5 or something, or 5:30 would be better for me.
Well, that's what I was thinking, was 5 or 5:30, because that's when we were doing the I think we did the community conversations were at 5:30, because I remember running from the 5:30 community conversation to a 6:30 RPAC. So
let's do 5:30.
Time certain for 1 hour.
Yes.
Well, no, but I mean, you could invite RPAC members. I mean, this would be a great introduction to all our community groups for the whole process too.
The RPAC already has a plan the park agenda for that night.
Can I ask can we just make sure we're clear on the agenda for that? I need to I won't be available on the 7th. I need to make sure that somebody from my team can cover if the desire is to walk through the website and the tool. So can
I
somebody
think
just clarify?
you and
the
I
agenda?
can, you and I will work on the agenda and the technical side of it. So what we're trying to do here, and hopefully it will be primarily discussion and showing people, and folks will have had chance to develop some experience with the app, because that goes up a week before. So you and I will talk about that offline. If physically you have a problem having a staff person be there for that hour, then we've got another issue. But if it's a matter of what folks are going to be doing, we can work that out.
Yeah, and I see Shireen has her hand up, but I just want to say that I think that assuming that anybody beyond the people on the call today have played with the app is a big assumption.
Sure.
I think that meeting will be the broadcast, if you will, of the app to the public, walking them through how to do it, why it's important, you know, a cursory view, if we could, of some of the materials about what redistricting is, why it's important to you,
Right.
and then this is how you can help participate in influencing the outcome because it is important to you, that kind of thing. Shireen.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify too, and I apologize if I missed this. What is this also going to serve as the meeting where we do a presentation of what a community of interest is? Or,
Yes.
okay. Sounds good.
I mean, I think it's a lot to cover, but I know that the COVID conversations covered a lot in an hour. It was succinct, and so I think we can get through at least, again, at least some, 15-minute chunks on each of these topics,
And I think
with some time for Q&A.
And I think these two hearings have helped surface opportunities to both draw out and elaborate and condense certain things. So I think we've road tested the concepts. I think we're going to be in much better shape to give a more graphic or graphical presentation on the 7th.
That sounds good.
We want to go at 5 or 5:30 on the 7th. Because if you've got a 6:30 RPAC, you might like half an hour to catch your breath before going on to the next thing. But I'll leave that.
It actually is at 7 because it's still considered summer as far as I know.
Okay, so 5:30 to 6:30?
I think that's great. I think that was good for hopefully good for the community.
Okay.
Kind of time frame. Any other comments, questions, staff direction from my colleagues? And then after that, I'll go to public comment. Then if there's nothing else, we'll close the public hearing. Don't see anything from my colleagues. Do we have anything from the public, Queenie?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for this. It keeps growing and building, and I think that's exactly why we do this. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.